on matters that relate to compliance with the architecture for REDD+ transactions. And now moving forward, I'll continue to use architecture for REDD+ transactions, stroke the REDD Environment Excellence Standard. Moving forward, allow me adopt TRIZ for the REDD+ Environment Excellence Standard. TRIZ safeguard requirements promote consistent, transparent implementation and reporting across all art participants, and builds on the existing national safeguard systems, taking into account the national circumstances. Ladies and gentlemen, the application of safeguards is an important element of REDD+ implementation and a key requirement for accessing REDD+ results-based payments. In practice, safeguards avoid potential adverse environmental and social impacts. In 2023, Uganda's REDD+ Secretariat in the Ministry of Water and Environment received support from UN REDD program through the United Nations Environment Program, which is UNEP. And this support was to enable us strengthen safeguards processes in Uganda, particularly focused on advancing with TRIZ registration while promoting among stakeholder engagement and gender-sensitive and inclusive processes. Allow me to underline the two phrases, gender-sensitive and inclusive processes. Through that, Emily was engaged to serve as a delivery partner to provide administrative support and technical backstopping. In the course of implementation of the aforementioned activity, over 500 stakeholders have been engaged and 3 substantive documents have been developed. I've seen the folders moving around. The first document is the TRIZ registration document and the TRIZ monitoring report, which is document 1. Document 2 is the plan for conformancy with TRIZ safeguards outcome indicators. That is document number 2. And document number 3 is the stakeholder engagement plan for emissions reduction. Ladies and gentlemen, acquaint yourself with these documents because us in the room are the brains behind this that shall foster this on behalf of our country and the globe at large. Ladies and gentlemen, the application of safeguards is a core element of REDD+ implementation and a key requirement for accessing results-based payments. I'll re-echo that. Respecting and adhering to safeguards is pivotal for respect, protection, and fulfillment of the rights of all relevant stakeholders in the design and implementation of REDD+ actions. I'm glad we are gathering today to review and provide feedback on the TRIZ safeguards related documents so as to catalyze the achievement of effective REDD+ safeguards implementation in our country, Uganda. I therefore wish to extend my appreciation on behalf of Emily to the Ministry of Water and Environment, specifically the National REDD+ Secretariat and UNEP for trusting Emily to deliver this activity and do welcome further cooperation. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, for sparing your Thursday morning half day to participate in this workshop and looking forward to a very participatory and informative session. Thank you for being here and looking forward to have value for your time as we engage, deliberate for the good of our country. Thank you for your kind attention. I therefore want to take this opportunity to invite the acting director to take us to the next level. Mr. Mugabi, you are welcome.
Good morning once again.
To you.
Mugabe Stephen David are my names. I have not changed. I'm here representing the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water and Environment, Mr. Alfred Okot Okidi, who was supposed to be with us, but hopefully all of you are aware of the so many conflicting programs which require our participations, but we can't be in all places. So on that note, he did request me to stand in on his behalf. I have some sort of writing, which I'll be reading, and some have edited it, which is usually not in order. But since now that I'm the one talking, possibly I need to say what I want. Well, the Honorable Member of Parliament present, thank you for coming. Always you stand with us in this agenda of protecting the environment, and it is not soon ending. You have to be around all the time. So we have missed the representative from UNEP. We would have government institutions, ministries, departments, agencies, and academia, research institutions, and you all heard in the self-introduction is here. We have variety, including my teachers. Kagawa, aren't you proud to have a student like me? Eh? Yeah, we need to respect the teachers. You know, in the hierarchy, when I go back to my school, all the students who are there are all busy, my primary school, not so? So, and when I get to your class, I'm still a student of that class. But I was a student in that class in 1990. And greetings to Professor Nyeko. It is okay. The representatives of non-government organizations present, all the stakeholders present in your different capacities, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to this national validation workshop for trees safeguards related to documents. We are saying we are delighted to welcome you, and your presence today emphasizes our collective commitment on environmental protection, climate change mitigation, and ensuring that our forest conservation efforts are inclusive and transparent. Over the past 8 months, the Ministry of Water and Environment, partnering with EMIL, which I always prefer calling device facility, with support from the UN RED program, we have developed crucial RED Plus safeguard documents that are necessary for the successful implementation of the RED Plus program in Uganda. These safeguard documents include the stakeholder engagement plan, the trees registration, the trees monitoring report, and the plan of conformance. And these are the documents which have brought us here to do the validation. Well, these documents we are about to validate, they are technical tools meant to support implementation of RED Plus, but also they do symbolize our preparedness in reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, achieving result-based payments under the architecture for RED Plus transactions, abbreviated usually as HAT, and the RED Plus environment. For example, the stakeholder engagement plan in particular is a fundamental approach to support RED Plus implementation. This plan is meant or designed to ensure that all relevant stakeholders, including local communities, government bodies, private sector partners, and international organizations, are actively involved in the design, implementation, monitoring, and reporting on our RED Plus activities. So we are saying that your contributions today are crucial to making these plans or safeguard documents comprehensive, inclusive, reflective of the diverse needs and perspectives all the participants or the partners who are meant to interact or interface with these tools. Also, for example, the trees registration and the trees monitoring report are tools meant to ensure compliance with both carbon accounting and safeguards requirements, including for validation and verification of these requirements. We are aware that most of the people invited here have been part of the process for preparation of these documents. These documents have been worked on for quite a period. You had the 8 months since this process started. This is not the first time we are subjecting these documents to review. They have gone through a series of reviews, and today we is back. So today we are here trying to give a final, I think it's better. Trying to give a final review of the document. There is a lot which we can add to these documents. But remember, since it is a validation, and it being the last, we have to give a lot of attention to the documents, look at the correctness of the information which is there, look at who is missing in terms of the stakeholders, look at the responsible centers in the case of the plans, such that we capture all the relevant information that would make these documents useful when we come to implementation. So on that note, I want to take this moment to appreciate the UN Red Plus program, Emil, and our UN, the Uganda National Red Plus Program Secretariat, for all the efforts they have put in ensuring that these documents reach the level they have reached today. So thank you, the partners in this process, for ensuring that these outputs reach this level, and they are almost ready to support the implementation of the Red Plus program. We ask you to do the finalization of the edits and the inputs, and then you let the process of finalizing these documents get on board by the Ministry of Water and Environment. So I think everything, whatever you'll be doing here today, will be leading this process almost to the conclusion. I want to say again that through today's agenda, we encourage everyone to fully engage, share your insights, and help refine. You have been invited here as experts, and you have perspectives which are valuable to have these documents improved upon, and we have better products. We are confidently sure you will do all this and have the process concluded. I look forward to our productive discussions and our continued collaboration in the vital work of conserving our forests, mitigating climate change for the benefit of the current and future generations. We say thank you again for your presence and participation. Let's make this workshop very sound to ensure success of what we are doing today. So with those remarks, on behalf of the Ministry of Water and Environment, and specifically on behalf of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Water and Environment, I declare the National Validation Workshop for tree safeguard related documents open. Thank you for listening in. Yeah, those were some of the statements that came from the permanent secretary. And I don't know whom I give this. Rebecca.
Thank you, guest, for declaring the validation workshop open. Those were very vital remarks. Thank you so much. So can you give him another hand clap? The remarks were quite clear, and I take note that you are categorically, carefully, intentionally selected to be part of this validation. It is not a one-man's show. It's taken time to develop these documents, and we are going to report as a nation. And you have been requested to come and be part of the validation team. The stakeholder mix is really rich. We are actually having even another one from Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, where trees are cut to make roads and construction. So they are also here to validate that all those are provided for. Honorable, we are very glad that you are here. You have heard those remarks. Even Parliament is going to validate this workshop, these documents. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I want to take the opportunity to welcome the scene setter. Oh, there is another one I had not seen. Welcome, Xavier. That will do. I want to take the honor to welcome Mr. Bob Kazungu, Acting Commissioner, Forestry Support. And we know that with climate change, we can't do without trees. That's why I think this word is summarized trees. Whoever thought of it was really wise to come and set the scene. There are so many abbreviations. They've taken 8 months, and he has been in this sector as the focal point person. And I believe there is a lot that he needs to unpack for us so that we can ably validate the documents, the monitoring tools, the reporting tools that we are going to use. I also don't know how we are going to safeguard in the different areas of operation. So I want you to join me to welcome Dr. Bob Kazungu of Forestry. Not yet. Okay, but Professor is here, upcoming doctor. You're welcome. Please set the scene for us so that we can discuss. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Rebecca, for that wonderful moderation so far. I'm not sure that I did a few slides. I thought I wouldn't do slides this morning. I thought I would save myself too many presentations I do here and there. But there are some slides which we're going to follow this morning, just to set the scene for this. Representative Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Water and Environment, Honorable Member of Parliament, very key person because he chairs a very critical committee in Parliament on climate change, which is supports the climate change issues in the country in terms of decision making. But the REDD+ cannot be separated at all from the conversations of climate change, both in the country, but also globally. I recognize colleagues, of course, from the other ministries, departments, and agencies that have honored this invitation, as well as colleagues from the local governments. There are many colleagues from non-state actors who are very fundamental and critical in this conversation of safeguards in this country, but also beyond. I can't forget the many youthful people that I see in this room. The youth are very important in this conversation of climate change. In fact, if you've been noticing recently, we're trying to make sure that we have many youth negotiators for Uganda. Capacity is being built for a number of youth negotiators for us at that level. And you cannot separate this conversation from the ability for you to negotiate on behalf of the country at the global level, as you'll see in the entire deliberations today. The media, of course, you are very important. We need you. We need you to send the message. We need you to send the right message, of course. And this process of safeguards is very critical. Any time the media makes a mistake on safeguards, we can actually lose it all. So the media is extremely important in this conversation. So we are glad to have many media representatives here. Allow me just to share with you the status of REDD+ implementation. I just did this because I found that there are people who've been on and off this conversation. And so I felt that I just needed to share with you where we have come from and how far we have gone so far. Then I'll dive into the Art-Trees conversation so that I can align it with the next presentations of the documents that we have prepared so far. Next slide. You must be aware that, I hope this is clear enough. Sorry about that. Why does it appear very clear with me on my laptop, but not clear? Sorry about that. But just to mention, the REDD+ process in this country started way back in 2008, 2009. And we just saw Xavier walking here. He's one of those, I call them kingpins in this conversation. Since that time, he used to be, he started this process actually at that time when it was still the National Forest Authority. Then it was moved to the Ministry of Water and Environment, where about 2010 or 2011 there. And at that time, the World Bank was supporting many countries across the world on making sure that they prepare themselves for this conversation of REDD+, which is reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. The plus includes things like sustainable forest management, conservation of forests, and enhancement of carbon stocks. Now, this is a lot of many words. I hope that we are all comfortable with them. So at that time, about 2013, then we, of course, had prepared what we call a readiness preparedness plan, and an idea, of course, earlier than that, which was funded by the FCPF World Bank financing. That is the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility of the World Bank. It was supporting many countries. And the reason why that support came in was because Uganda, being party to this conversation, was meant to prepare documents that will make us ready to participate in REDD+ transactions in the future. And you know, the things of carbon and climate change are so much futuristic. So you start a process, but you have to look into the future, 20, 30 years or so. And so we then agreed as a country that we are going to prepare the main 4 Warsaw elements. There was a decision made in Warsaw and a conference of parties. And the decision was that countries that are party to this REDD+ conversation can only be, can only be confirmed that they are ready to get involved in resource-based payments under REDD if they produce 4 main documents or 4 main elements. And those were called the Warsaw elements because the discussion was in the city of Warsaw. And those elements included the REDD+ strategy and action plan, the National Forest Monitoring System, the Safeguards Information System, and the Forest Reference Emission Level, which is like the baseline, because you can't talk about results without a baseline. So since 2009 or 2013, around there, we've been struggling to have all these things ready. And by 2021, June, we confirmed that we have all these documents with us. Next slide. But in addition to those 4 elements, there are many other frameworks which support any conversation of resource-based payments in the future. And of course, implementation of the REDD+ strategy and action plan. And you can see there, we also were able to prepare what we call a benefit sharing arrangement or mechanism for the country, because we know that if, as a country or as partners in the country, if you want to go into carbon trade or resource-based payments, emission reductions, time will come when you need to share those benefits that are accruing from those investments with some people, with some partners, with communities, with project proponents. And so that benefit sharing arrangement is also in place. I challenge you to look for it on our website of the ministry, the Environment and Social Management Framework, ESMF, the Strategic Environment and Social Assessment, the Indigenous Peoples Planning Framework, because we know that this whole process might affect some very key vulnerable groups like the Indigenous peoples. Is also available for us to refer to. We also know that grievances could actually arise from us investing for the purpose of reducing emissions, And so we prepared what we call a feedback, grievance, and redress mechanism. We also didn't just end there. We knew that maybe as a country, we need to start selling ourselves to be able for people to come and transact with us as a country. And maybe if you can recall the strategy, the RED Plus strategy I talked about as one of the 4 major elements. If you read it, I hope you have. It has a mention that RED Plus will be implemented in our long shared management, our water management zones. And we have 4 water management zones in the country. And so, but reporting will be at national level. I mean, that's what we agreed. And so we prepared what we call, we had an intention to prepare what we call a project design documents for the 4 water management zones, which will sort of like a tool for, using to shop for buyers of our credits under the RED Plus program. But we started with what we call emission reduction pins, pins, project idea notes for Albertine and Mount Elgon ecosystems. Okay, Albertine water management zone and Choga, but focusing a lot on the Mount Elgon area. And so prepared emission reduction pins for those. We were not able, because of COVID-19, to take them through to the project design document, which is the Bible, sort of like a proposal for you to be able to attract people to engage with you in the transactions. But we also didn't end with that during that time of the readiness phase. You may recall that as we were doing our forest monitoring system, then we also did our national forest inventory at that time in 2019. So we used the results of our land cover land use maps at that time to submit what we call results or a technical annex, which was submitted alongside the biannual update report. And when I talk about these things, I want you to write them and Google later to be able to take you through what a biannual update report is if you don't have an understanding of it. I just believe that I'm speaking to people who have some bit of understanding, but every country under the UNFCCC submits documents, the national communication, the national determined contributions, the biannual update reports, very soon which will become the biannual transparency report. So we prepared an annex to that voluntarily. In every country, you can decide to show the world that you are ready with something, with some results. And that was for the years 2015 to 2017. So we prepared results, which we attached to the BUR as a technical annex. Now, when you do that, then as a country, you are demonstrating that, first of all, you have something that you have done as a country in terms of reducing emissions. And so we prepared that under the fact that the premise that during our readiness phase, we also have a baseline of FREL, which is the forest reference emission level, and it's against that baseline that for the 2 years of 2015, 2017, we have some results that we can, we can sell if an opportunity arises. And actually, indeed, it arose, as I'll tell you later. Next slide. I want to move a little bit faster because when you're setting a scene, you're not supposed to speak so much. So, I mean, so many things have happened. Prepare the 4 Warsaw elements, the strategy and action plan for RED. We now do a number of things which we've not been able to do or we are starting to do with the current support. And that includes ensuring that the strategy is taken down to the lowest levels, but also integrating our RED Plus activities into the mandates of government. We had an engagement of some of you in Entebbe with through the African Forest Forum on how we can embed RED Plus activities into the different mandates of different areas in the country. We also, of course, want to try and prepare what we call jurisdiction nesting approaches for the country. This is premised on the fact that we've been learning since the time during the readiness phase that there are partners who are out there in the landscapes trying to do project level based RED Plus projects. And because of that, there are many. For example, in one water management zone like Albertine, you can find about 5 partners attempting to develop projects there. The only way we can manage that kind of situation is by nesting out, by trying to understand there and what they're doing, what takes, how many tons of carbon dioxide equivalent are they interested in, and then we nest out and allocate something to them, or things like that. So that can only be done with what we call a nesting approach and program. We are starting to do this again with support from the UK government very soon on how we can nest out most of the projects that we have. You'll be engaged again on that process. And then, of course, we think that we needed to continue and complete the emission reduction project design documents for the other two, but also start off for the two water management that we have not touched at. And of course, when we're integrating all these things, them lower levels, we need to think about the district development plans and other plans at those lower levels or that for us. So these are things that we think we should be doing the next couple of months and years as we mobilize additional resources from both within and without. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, of course, we also think that we need to update our baseline because it is quite important. Our baseline that we had for emission reductions was 2018. Now it is the time for us to have another, because it helps us. If we're thinking about transactions in the future, we need to have a new baseline for that. But we are continuing, of course, to support national and international obligations for reporting and REDD+. So this work continues. So if we can submit a second text for REDD, then that will be quite important. We also want to do a national registry for recording activity transactions of REDD+ Activity within those different landscapes. We also want to complete our web-based components of the self-information system. Next slide. Just want to move a little bit faster, colleagues. This is just to help those who have not been with us, because I saw a couple of faces in the room. Otherwise, I would have started. But we've been doing a couple of things since 2020 also. You know, some new developments as REDD+ Secretariat. I talked about the submission of the technical annex there. But in 2020, again, UNEP contacted us at the REDD+ Secretariat just before we completed updating our REDD+ strategy and action plan, and informed us that, you know, as a country, we should get interested in the developments across the globe, because who knows, if we get interested as a country in selling carbon to anybody, you know, in the future, because it's a futuristic thing. I want to keep mentioning that. So they mentioned to us that there is an opportunity by Microsoft for any possible collaboration in the future. So there was expression of interest by Microsoft to different countries. So Uganda decided to express interest, not to sell any credit, but to express interest that just in case in the future, as a country, we want to work with Microsoft for any transactions, then we are in their archives. So they have Uganda as a country that express interest in case we you know, sometimes it's good to have your net, you know, spread a little bit wider, just in case another person disappoints you, then you can look for the best. So again, the UNFAO about 2020 realized that our national forest monitoring system that we had prepared needed some adjustments, some improvements. So we, together with them, were able to secure a small GEF-funded project called the Capacity Building Transparency, or CBIT project. And this one mainly looked at how functional is our national forest monitoring system. And of course, trying to make sure that we have what we call improved emission factors. For you to calculate carbon, you need activity data and emission factors. Now, don't do that conversation that much, but those of you who have some understanding, you know that emission factors are very important. So we were lacking those for planted forests in the country, and yet it is an area which is, we're very strong as a country. So we decided to do emission factors, that project as well. Next slide. I just want to tell you, just mentioning 2 things that we have been doing. Again, in 2021, the UN Environment again announced the possible, you know, support for, there was some small financing from UN REDD. They said, you guys, can we do some work as we, you know, as you wait for bigger monies to come? So we decided to say, okay, let's do an activity plan with them. And one of the activities was to improve our safeguard information system, which at the time we completed the readiness phase, we only had an architecture and a design document for a safeguard information system. But we need to now take it to a functional level. So we started off with a web page. So we hired a consultant who supported us on that. But just around that time, something about the LEAF coalition, lowering emission through forest finance. This is one of those global initiatives that is led by 4 countries, the UK, USA, Norway, and recently South Korea, and a number of private companies, including the NESO, you know, the A&B, those huge, big multinational companies across the world. They said, okay, we have some money, about $1 million, not $1 million, $1 billion at the time, for us to engage with tropical countries, those who are interested in transacting with us in the future also. But we are going to use a standard called the ART-TRIZ standard. So that's how we started getting interested in the ART-TRIZ standard, because you were saying, okay, when we looked at the ART-TRIZ standard, we reviewed it, very good standard for REDD+ transactions. So we joined the LEAF coalition, except that we have never signed a letter of intent, because since that time, we started to look at our regulations for the country, for carbon market mechanism regulations for the country. So when that came in, we took a step back a little bit and said we can only sign a letter of intent when we understand what is in the rules for the country. So this is how far we have gone so far with that. But we also prepared the REDD+ strategy or roadmap for results-based payments, which we have used as Secretariat to support the preparation of the regulation for carbon market mechanism for the country. We started off with collecting some data for safeguards. We also prepared our second summary of information. I know we started off to prepare a second summary of information, having submitted the first summary of information. Maybe just to let you know, a summary of information is the document that is submitted to the UNFCCC to show how you have complied with the safeguards processes that are a requirement under carbon transactions. So since we're using Cancun safeguards, before the ART-TRIZ came into perspective, we submitted this first summary of information report for safeguards. And that is also a tool that helps any other person who wants to engage with us to know that the country is actually complying to some of these requirements. Next slide. Okay, just want to summarize quickly. Of course, I talked about the LEAF coalition. We submitted a proposal. We haven't signed a letter of intent. But we also then remembered when an opportunity with the GCF, the Green Climate Fund has a window for REDD+ results-based payments. So as a country, we started to imagine, we have results for 2015, 2017. Should we just let them go? What if nobody buys them in the future? Because carbon credits become vintage. Some of you who know that conversation. They become old, like, you know, they lose value because they're suspected to have probably, there could be leakage or whatever it is to those credits at that time. So we didn't want to lose them. So what we did, because actually right now nobody wants to buy them because they're sort of vintage or old credits. We decided to submit a concept note to the Global Green Climate Fund under the REDD+ results-based window phase 1. They had the phase 1 that was going on, which was ending in 2022. So we submitted the concept note. Just recently, you can imagine, these things are futuristic. In July this year, Uganda was by the GCF board in Songdo in July this year to submit a proposal. One of the 4 only countries that were approved for submitting a proposal to get about $35 million. Low-hanging fruits, money that wouldn't have got anywhere anyway. Because nobody wants to buy those credits for that time. They're very old. And so, of course, we are now starting off to prepare the proposal with the FAO as our accredited entity because of the other requirements to prepare this proposal that require a lot of financial input, but also technical input. And much as we have the technical input in the country, we may not have the envelope to do this at the moment. And of course, we've been lucky that also in 2023, we're able to get about between 1.5 to 2 million. You said between, I said between because this money keeps increasing as partners of the UN REDD get in. So between 1.5 to $2 million to do additional work on these requirements, including these documents that we are going to validate today. Environment Program, UNEP, is leading the UN RED program partners of FAO and UNDP in this process in Uganda and the 3 other countries in Africa. But each of those entities has a role to play. Next slide. Of course, in 2023, the ART-TRIZ family, we confirmed that we can actually try to look at this ART-TRIZ standard requirements. Maybe in the future, we could utilize it for transactions. We participated in the preparation of the Article 6 carbon market mechanisms. It's very difficult to separate the Article 6.2, 6.4s, from the discussions of REDD+ transactions for carbon. The Secretariat sits on the National Task Force, of course, for that process. The policy of forestry is under review. The REDD+ has provided significant input into the process. Next slide. I will not dwell into this slide very much. I just mentioned that there are many partners, non-state actors. You'll get these presentations and you review that, who have approached us, and they're trying to develop some carbon projects, majority of whom are at feasibility stage. Sort of them a bit as we wait to conclude our regulations so that we can, they can be able to fit within the requirements of our regulation for carbon markets. So a number of them are there. I'll not mention them because of time. Next slide. Next slide. Now, the ART-TRIZ itself. In order for you to transact in carbon, there must be a standard. There must be a standard, especially for the voluntary carbon, but not only that, even the obligatory market or, and so the ART-TRIZ is one of such. Some of you are conversant with voluntary carbon market. You might be aware about various standards, Plan Vivo standards, Gold standards, and others. But right now, we have the ART-TRIZ standard. And we joined that family because the ART-TRIZ standard is very strong on safeguards. And as a country, we don't want to make any mistake on safeguards. You know our history. You know our land tenure differences. Uganda is very unique when you look at land ownership issues. And, when you go to Ghana, Tanzania, land is owned by government. So things seem to be a bit, but for us here, we have a lot of things we need to work on safeguard, especially because the things that we are talking about are found on the land. So this ART-TRIZ standard is very strong on those aspects. So we decided that we go in there. So before we go to the documents of prepared, I wanted just to take you through what the ART and TRIZ is all about. The ART is a secretariat. It is hosted by Winrock International in the USA, and the TRIZ is the standard. So the ART itself, architecture for REDD+ transactions in full, has a vision, and it is to provide confidence needed in the integrity of forest emission reductions to unlock new large-scale investments to protect and restore forests and reward countries that are delivering those results. So it has that vision. When we looked at the vision, we felt that this country needed such a standard to be used, or needed to, to be engaged with such standards. And, it's a global voluntary carbon program. That's why it is an architecture to register, verify, and issue high-quality REDD+ emissions reductions credits to countries and jurisdictions. It's every time you hear the word jurisdiction, it can mean a country, it can mean part of a country. That's what they're saying here, countries and jurisdictions. The TRIZ itself is the REDD+ Environmental Excellence Standard, like our permanent secretary just split it very well. And it is basically about providing some precise technical safeguard, verification, and registration requirements for national and jurisdictional crediting of emission reductions from reduced deforestation and forest degradation. Next slide. And if you are to be eligible for participating in TRIZ, then you must be a national government or a subnational government with a national approval. So if other countries have provinces, others have districts, others have regions, it depends on the country. But it is important for you to appreciate that The subnational element here, as you'll see, should be just one step below the national level. So the ATRIS largely is going to be utilized by governments, largely. But of course, there are provisions, the latest versions for other people to use it, but it must be at that level if you're doing any transactions at the national level or subnational level, just one step below. And of course, the second version of the ACT, because we had version 1, version 2, and now in version 2, they keep improving it as well. Anyway, I hear there is another improvement coming up, but it adds a bit of a pathway for indigenous groups. You see, this conversation of I want to let you know, colleagues, that at the global level, and I'm sure my honorable member of parliament, who is always in this conference of parties, the indigenous peoples is a very strong group of people globally. In fact, when you go to Norway, for example, they have a whole indigenous peoples which are very powerful. They even have a representative in parliament of the indigenous peoples. I know Dr. Patrick is shaking his head because he spends a lot of time in Norway. Maybe he's recognizing what I'm saying that is correct. But what I'm saying is that the conversation on indigenous peoples is very important. And so ATRIS makes sure this is very strong, as you'll see in our plan for conformance and also in the document that we are going to validate, because it's part and part of the safeguards conversations. For you to be eligible, registration of subnational accounting areas must meet, of course, the treaty eligibility requirements, but only until 2030. So the subnational aspect, where it is one level below the national, is only going to be employed until 2030. So after that, everything will be national. So you'll find that government, I think, really comply quite well with these ATRIS requirements. Of course, the boundaries, as I mentioned, the subnational accounting are only one jurisdiction, not more than one level down from the national level. I talked about that. And that minimum area of 2.5 million hectares of forest. That's where the national issue comes in. And that's why our conservation efforts are important. And that's why our restoration efforts are important as a country. Of course, this 2.5 million hectares issue, Honorable MP, is also being discussed in the new version of ATRIS, because many countries are facing a challenge to meet the 2.5 million hectare requirement. But in terms of technical requirements, it has a validation verification, which is audit style. Independent people come in for carbon transactions everywhere. For people to be sure that indeed your credits are credible and authentic, somebody else must verify. So somebody will come in. There are many private companies. I wish we had something in Uganda, validators, verifiers in Uganda, but many private companies, mainly, in those countries, Western world and South America and the like, who do this validation and verification. There are legal aspects in there because for the leaf, for example, you must make use of the New York Code for most of these discussions. If there is arbitration, it might happen elsewhere other than the country. So there's so many legal aspects around these things. That's why, as a country, we have been careful. What extent do we go in? We are saying, let's have the regulation, and then we can see how we can move with these kind of engagements. There is a lot of forest monitoring and reference level setting that is required under this ATRIS standard, and so much of carbon accounting aspects. Non-permanence is very important. You see, permanence is very interesting when you talk about carbon trade. Can you keep those credits available for the time? Are they permanent? There are no leakages and things. So a conversation that is very, very critical, and uncertainties issues, as well as safeguards. So that's so technical. In terms of technical requirements, this ATRIS is very strong on those things. As you'll see, if you can get some interest and read also further beyond here. Next slide. I'm about to end this setting the scene. The cycle is such that you start with submission of the trees concept note. I didn't talk about it, but true, we submitted the trees concept note to ATRIS Secretariat, which was approved early 2023. And then after that, that concept note is, of course, reviewed by the Secretariat. And then when it is approved at stage number 3, you start preparing these documents. The trees registration document, and initial trees monitoring report, the TRD and TMR. Those are documents we have been working with you since about 8 months or so, to be precise. And when they are completed, they are submitted. But those documents, like my permanent secretary mentioned, they don't only include safeguards. They also include the carbon accounting aspect. So the FAO is going to bring you back here, using our stakeholder engagement plan that we're prepared to talk to you about the carbon accounting component of this trees registration and trees monitoring report, because they're the ones handling the carbon accounting component. The UNEP, which has asked Emily to support, is in charge of the safeguards component of these two documents, the trees registration and trees monitoring report. So that is how this conversation is, just for purpose of those who might be getting confused. So when we conclude these safeguards aspects, the FAO is going to add the carbon accounting aspect. It's taken a little bit longer because of, there's need to collect data in the field and improve the activity data for the country and things like that. But we will again be brought back here for, some input to those documents and things like that. So we are at this stage now, somewhere between the third and the fourth stage in between here. So now we are validating the component of the safeguards, but we shall still stay here until we have the carbon accounting component also embedded in there. So when they're submitted to the Secretariat, they undergo a review. And of course, the country, Uganda, after those have been confirmed by the ATRI Secretariat, is supposed to select a validation and verification body. That is quite, quite an issue. I've seen in other countries that, because this is an expensive element, Honorable Member of Parliament, you have to pay the VVB, the verification and validation body, some amount of money. It's about, in terms of percentage, could be about maybe 5% of, it's quite expensive, between 3 to 5%, depends on how you negotiate. So we're not yet there. We are not yet there. But the beauty is that as we finish our regulations, we have been part of the regulations. So we futuristic in the, so we know what will happen around there. And then we shall move across, of course, when the validation verification bodies do their work. Then they also submit the Secretariat for review. And then the approval, stage number 10, by the board of the ATRI Secretariat happens. And then we as a country can decide now to submit for issuance. We can choose our own buyer. We can, I don't know, but we shall bring this conversation back to you. The beauty of the Red Plus is that you cannot do things alone. Otherwise, you might get into trouble. So we have got to come back to the people, as many as you can, to Parliament, to many other people, Cabinet, and we agree. We can agree and say, okay, we want to sell this to whom? I mean, if the leaf was signed, maybe we could sell to those leaf people, but it depends, or give it to UNOC. I don't know, Honorable Member of Parliament, we don't know, but this is our decision as a country so far, but we shall come back to you for guidance as well. Next slide as I end. So that is the cycle of the ATRI's business. And then, of course, just to make some bit of comparison or reference to the leaf, which I think I'm not going to dwell on, because if we had signed the leaf, then we would go through such issues to make sure that we get some payments from the LEAF coalition partners. I think I'm almost there. Is in the next slide, the last slide. Okay, I think that one is the last slide. Just go back to those links. Please, you can take a picture of that, or you receive the PowerPoint presentation. If you want to learn a little bit more on the ATRIs and the requirements and things like that, please you look at that, those links for information, for documents. It's quite a lot of work. An honorable MP and colleagues in this room who have been in this conversation, if you don't read in this space of climate change, you'll be left up behind. Yeah? It's like the IT world. Things are changing so quickly. This time we have this decision at the COP in Baku, Azerbaijan. There will be some decisions. Who knows? They may change this conversation. I don't know. But we are writing our position paper as a country, and Red Plus is very strong in in making sure that we have input into the position papers for Uganda. But please, I challenge you to read, look at that information. And so stage number 3, between 3 and 4 is where we are now. We want to validate the safeguards components in the trees registration and trees monitoring report together with you so that we are able to see how we can move it to the next step. I want to thank you so much for listening to me, and just apologies for taking you back to the status of RED+ implementation. Just when I scanned through, I thought it was necessary to do that as well. Thank you very much, and back to moderator.
Thank you. Can you increase on that hand clap? He's working towards being a professor. He has actually set the scene. I didn't interrupt because I thought since he had identified new faces, we needed to understand what we are actually going to validate. Thank you so much, Professor Tubi. Mr. Bob Kazungu, he has encouraged us to read. We've talked of the WASO 4 elements, the strategy, the frameworks, the monitoring, and the forest emission levels that we need to actually understand and see how we are going to work on it. And you dwelt elaborately on the partners. I think we have an issue in this country. We have people who are doing things in isolation, and we need a lot of data in this era if we are to move ahead. We are blessed to have the chairperson for the Committee of Parliament. I think data is something good, but we are operating in isolation, and I don't think we can move ahead. Members, that was a lengthy, worthwhile presentation that is leading us to what is still not clear. What should he emphatically have described better to us to understand, for us to be able to validate what is coming? Of course, we are going to have more presentation, but that's where we have come from. So many papers being written, and it's not yet there. We are still moving ahead. The permanent secretary is... Thank you so much. When the PS calls you, you have to comply without question. So I was just paraphrasing a bit of what it says and triggering us to think. But before I let us do so, I'll take the honor to invite the Honorable Member of Parliament, who is chairing the committee that handles climate change issues that are daily changing, that many meetings sit and discuss, and they may not tell us, no, but this time we are hearing from you. So let's listen to the Honorable Member of Parliament. And I want to specifically thank you for sitting in with us. This one, you tell your friends, members of Parliament disappear very quickly. And I'm speaking on behalf of many Ugandans. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, moderator. The PS, Minister of Water and Environment, who is also the Acting Director for Environmental Affairs, the team from Emily, the team from Makerere University, representatives from UNEP, representatives from civil society organization, the media, ladies and gentlemen. After the presentation of Bob, I felt that I should just make some few comments because he was referring to me also a lot in his presentation. One, I have seen, first of all, I want to thank you for the various documents you have mentioned in fulfillment of the requirements of the WASO elements. We thank you for that. And straight away, my question is, if there was no WASO conference, which documents were you going to prepare for Uganda to address some of our challenges along that line? That is very important. And then the preparation of these documents or the stages right from the beginning is taking too long. I see it taking too long. And so when shall we go to the local government? When shall we go to the sub-counties with our activities? So it is really a long-term plan. I was there when we launched the RED Plus strategy. I think it was in Entebbe. I was present. We thank you for the effort, but it is a long process. It's a long process. I'm also an environmentalist, but some people I work with, they want to see results on the ground. They want problems solved. And if you tell them we are still preparing documents, they may not be comfortable. They want action on the ground. Then the issue of verification, you asked that most of the people are doing measurement, verification, and reporting are foreigners. Why don't we have our own verifiers here in Uganda? What is the obstacle? I thought even in the Climate Change Act, we mentioned that. We said there should be verifiers. If they are coming from outside, they should still pass via our Ministry of Water and Environment to be accredited. Why would we have only verifiers from outside? What if they come with some politics? Then the issue of, I've not seen private sector here. Where are you going to get the money from? There are people who are talking about capital markets, the green bonds, the degraded habitat value, and so on. These are mainly private sector bodies. Where are they in this validation workshop? Then the data collection is good because we need data to work with. But precisely if we are to present this to, let's say, Parliament, present this to the President, who actually makes a lot of decisions, present it to Minister of Finance, what precisely are we saying we want to do? I have seen some monies coming from different sources, UNEP and so on. They are coming just to work on documents. When shall we get money to go on the ground? So that is also very, very important. And then you talked about the $35 million. Is it $35 million? Which will come, which is, we are preparing proposal that it is going to come through FAO. I have been interacting with FAO. They are very friendly and they have really done good work. But most of these agencies, we had been advocating for our monies also to come directly to us. How can we do that? Because we are having some challenge with UNIDO right now. And we told these people of Ministry of Finance not to rush giving that letter of no objection, because of what use if we are not going to address our activities on the ground and the money is going to end in other people's programs, and yet we have designated entity in Uganda. So these are very serious issues that we really need to address. And of course, there are, for a RED Plus to be successful, you know, there are parameters that should be satisfied, including the land rights and so on, indigenous people issues that I don't want to go into. But I'm very grateful that you have reached this stage, but I don't know how we can reach the end so that we implement some of these activities on the ground, because people want results. People want to see results on the ground. People want their problems solved. If you go with all these documents and camp around Budongo Forest or Ikibale Forest or Queen Elizabeth National Park, or APA or ZOCA. I don't know what the local people will tell you. What are these things, the documents? So we need action along that line. So I thought I should. And then payment, subscription. You talked about validation, something like that, and where we have to pay. And it is a lot of money, you said. You talked about, is it 5%? And it is a lot of money. We're already having challenge paying subscription for many of the agreement protocols and conventions. We have been a party to agreements. In many cases, we have not fulfilled our subscription or even membership. So this is already a big challenge. We have to start on it early so that we don't miss. Otherwise, it will be a wasted effort. If we are going to work on all these documents at the end, we are not going to manage to participate. So that is very important. That's why you see trillions of dollars are just idle because we borrowed money and we didn't have counterpart funding for many of these activities. So I want to thank you for the invitation. These are my quick comment. Thank you very much.
Honorable, you indeed deserve more hand claps and more votes and more votes. Why are we in documents and documents? What does finance do with these? I had thought of them, but somehow I was fearing to ask these so many documents. And the time you're taking 2015 launch, anyway. Members, I don't want to derail your questions. I'm Joshua, I take long to understand and I ask so many questions, but we really want to appreciate. Can we give him another round of an applause? MP. If we get MPs who really discuss issues that will get Uganda from A to B, then even in tree planting would have a bigger acreage. 2.5 million hectares, Bob. Aye, that is kind of limiting us. And no, okay, now I'm becoming Rebecca. I'm a moderator. Thank you so much. Members, those are triggers for us to think about. The presentation notwithstanding, can you come and have a group photograph? As you think deeper of those presentations and the insights that the MP has given us. And I believe the other members of your committee also think, can we come here and have a group photograph? Me, I'm the moderator, I'm supposed to be talking as you act. That is the action that the member of parliament wants us to have. We have a record here of the softwares that we are doing and the documents. And I was wondering, the concepts you write, fine, we are here out of the concept, but when shall we get to action? Civil society organizations, private sector, where are you? The data you're collecting, how are we using it for the Minister of Finance to give us action? How are we dealing with our land tenure systems here? Members, can you come? Members, can you come for a photo session? Emma, guide us. Me, I'm told I stand at the back. GIZ, you're very welcome. Do we need chairs in front? I think this is Carol. Carol, are you the one? Yeah? Okay. Should we get chairs in front? Emma, we all stand. Talker Carol. Carol wants to sit. Emma, what do you prefer? All of us standing? I'm guided that we should all stand. Myself. Can we stand? So how do we, at the edges, are we okay? Please come near and, is the edges okay? I am told that IT is changing. The light, is that okay? That IT is changing. Are you? I think we need chairs. The planner is saying that the aerial view spatially is not very good. We need to get all our faces and let me stand here. Now, Harriet, behind Xavier, we are not seeing you. And you are the subnationals that they've been talking about, waiting up to 2030. Can you imagine? Xavier? Are the indigenous? So, Carol, please have a seat. Three, okay? Another chair, Pan. Patrick. And he enjoys, yes, MP. Nelson, is Nelson visible? Is that okay? Cheers, climate, moderator. No, I have to see that all your faces are there and you're smiling. That's why I'm moderating the smiles as well. So what do? They'll cut it out. Okay. Innovator. Have you seen the young man, the innovator? Huh? No, we can't remove the poll, but I thought someone would come near Professor. Are we okay? Fene? Fene is a tree. Should we say fene? Smile. Good. Are you done? The cameras will get spoiled. Thank you so much. Who said?
My son.
So members, as we think of that, I request that you note down your questions for clarity and we get a cup of tea, 5 minutes, so that we try to catch up with our time. Let's pick a cup of tea and we come back, to our tables. Those who joined us while we started, feel welcome. I may not have seen you, but I saw 2 faces. Can we chat as we pick a cup of tea? The PS, Martha and the PS, you need, Martha, please lead the honorables to pick a cup. I'm asking her to lead you to have a cup of tea. Can pick a cup of tea and within 5 minutes, we should be resuming. Why fire? I hope everybody has managed a cup of tea. I see the serving table is still having cups, so feel free to slowly walk and get a second one. It will be only me to see, but enjoy. And let's resume our seats so that we continue with our program. As we parted for break, we had the comments from the Honorable Member of Parliament, which I believe you all listened to. I don't know if there are others, we could write them on pieces of paper so that we don't leave anything. If you have a concern, I would request that you jot it down. And as we proceed through the day, it will be handled. Otherwise, after our plenary was kind of cut short, that's why I'm requesting that we write, signal to me. I'll pick the notes and issues for the Assistant Commissioner, Red Focal Person, to clarify and expand if it was not clear to you. Otherwise, as far as our program is concerned, we are supposed to have completed our group break tea, and we want to look at the plan of conforming to the art, trees, strategy, safeguards that we've been talking about. And these are so many jargons we've had. There are so many documents that we are preparing. And I think it's open talk that Ugandans, you have very nice glossy documents. Have you heard that? We are always told that we have very nice documents, and our challenge is implementation. Our consultant is here to show us the plan as to how we are going to conform to the standards. And I understand they shared with us these documents. I believe we are the lot that reads because we are the ones that have come to validate. Please join me, welcome Mr. Albert Tujuche, a consultant, to take us through the plan for conforming to the art tree safeguards. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Please feel free to continue with your tea. Okay, sorry, I'm being guided. Thank you. I was actually wondering how we start with conforming when we have not. But that's what I got in the program I had. So our consultant is going to take us through the registration document and the monitoring report so that we can then know how to conform later. This was not connected. I think it has some lines that the laptop could sit here. We could put it in. So can we resume our seats? The professor Professor, please resume your seats. We are going to start with our presentations of the documents. And these are very pertinent things we need to listen into the consultants. I believe we all have notebooks and pens to note issues that we have to validate so that we have a better glossy document on top of all the ones we already have. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm Albert Tujuche, as you heard. Over the last about 8 months, we've worked together with most of you who are here to come up with the documents as far as we have come. And this presentation will combine 2 documents, which is the trees registration document and the trees monitoring report. And we believe that you have already gone through the documents the way they were shared with you. And this is going to be a summary it's going to be more or less an overview, and then we'll get a response from you. So let's move. As I have said, he's going to combine two documents, the trees registration document and the trees monitoring report. And the context has already been set, but this is a brief about the information, the country representative and the contact information, and the crediting period, the reporting period is given. Can we move to the next page? The eligibility information. First of all, you've heard that as of 2015, Uganda had 2.5 million hectares of forest, which was about 24%. And Uganda, along the way, has come up with the nationally determined commitments, and these commitments state that about 30 million tons of carbon equivalent are supposed to be saved from, they are supposed to be mitigated from agriculture, forestry, and land use change. And these are the commitments, Uganda's nationally determined contributions as updated. And this information is given, their websites. We can move to the next slide. So as a background, there are decisions which were made by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and decision 16, which states that countries, especially developing countries, that aim to be rewarded for their efforts should observe 7 safeguards, and the safeguards are given. First one is that the actions complement or are consistent with the objectives of national forest programs and international conventions which are ratified. The other one is that they are transparent and effective national forest governance structures. The other one is that there is respect for the knowledge and rights of indigenous peoples and members of local communities. And the other one is that there is full and effective participation of relevant stakeholders. The other one is that the actions are consistent with conservation of natural forest and biological diversity. The sixth one being that actions address the risks of reversal, and then the last is that the actions reduce displacement of carbon emissions. Now, based on that, a lot of other decisions have been made in order to get us to where we are, defining how these safeguards are to be observed, how the reporting is supposed to be done. So we move to the next page. So there are 16 themes of the 7 safeguards. We have the 7 identified safeguards. There are 16 trees. There are 16 trees safeguard themes which have been identified, and each of these, or most of these, have 3 indicators. So these themes we have from safeguard 1, we have 2 themes. From safeguard 2, we have 4 themes. From safeguard 3, we have 3 themes up to safeguard 7. So these are what we have come here to elaborate, or what is elaborated in the trees registration document and in the monitoring report, and also in the plan of conformance. So we can move to the next. So in order to make sure that the slides are not packed, we have looked at how these themes are now, each theme has indicators, as we've said. The first is the structure indicator, then the process indicator, the outcome indicator. The structure indicator deals mainly with the policy and legal framework and regulations existing in a country to ensure that this theme can be observed. The second process indicator mainly look at the existence of public, of institutional framework, and then the mandate of these institutions, which will ensure that the theme is observed, and then the outcome indicator basically is about the design and implementation of the actions that will enable the attainment or realization of that theme. So we can move to the next. So we can even skip for the second one, because the second one is also an elaboration of theme 2. So for theme 1 of Safeguard A, which is to ensure consistency with the objectives of national forestry programs, as we have already said, there is the structure indicator. Now, what has been done, the context which was set before, Uganda has been going through processes, and the part of these safeguards have been reviewed, and the review by the consultants indicate from UNEP indicates that these themes, Uganda already demonstrates that it is already meeting the minimum expected. Now, when we see conformant, means that Uganda has demonstrated that it meets the requirement of this theme. Now, in the case of the structure indicator for theme A1, which requires that Uganda has the policies, laws, and regulations that would ensure that there is consistency of RED programs or forestry programs with of RED activity with the national forestry programs. We are seeing that the policies, the key policies include the Uganda forestry policy, the climate change policy, Uganda's nationally determined contributions, the national biological diversity strategy and action plan, the forestry and tree planting act. So this is the legal framework, and based on what we have demonstrated, what is covered in those different laws show that Uganda is able to meet the requirement of this theme, of this indicator. Can we move to the next one? The next one should be a process indicator, again, that shows, do we have the institutions that ensure that there is consistency of the objectives of National Forestry Program with the RED program activity. And again, we have the institutions with clear mandates to undertake what we are saying, and the institution care about the care of the institutions. We have the Ministry of Water and Environment, Uganda Wildlife Authority, MAIF, we have Ministry of Energy, we have Ministry of Gender, and these are believed to be having sufficient mandate to undertake, to ensure conformance with that. So the next one, so as I have said, we go to the next slide. As I have said, there was a preliminary review readiness about the readiness activity which was done to see where Uganda stands as far as conforming to these indicators, these themes, these safeguards is concerned. So the outcome indicator is indicated as Uganda is not yet conformant with this indicator. The reasons for not conforming are simple, because Uganda has not yet so much undertaken RED Plus activity. Now, without undertaking RED Plus activity, then nobody will say that you already meet what is required. Yes, you have legal framework in place, you have institutions in place, but how far have you gone in implementation? Now, the implementation will ensure that we shall judge, we shall be able to judge whether we are able to meet these requirements as we go on with the implementation. Now, along the way, of course, in order for us to even continue to assess how ready we are, because what we are doing here is to accept the document and see, and either with adjustments to make sure that we portray Uganda's position as far as this its readiness for art trees is concerned. Now, this indicator, this theme is aimed at ensuring that there is complementarity and consistency of REDD+ actions with national and international policies, laws, plans, and so on, with an aim at conserving, recovering, and sustaining the use of forests and other natural ecosystems, acknowledging national and other efforts and the contributions of all the involved. Now, the objective is to increase the positive impact of existing public policies on forests and to prevent or minimize the negative impact of other policies. Because countries have policies, are they working together? Will they enable the country to move in a positive direction as far as forests are concerned? So that is the aim of this theme. Now, what we are saying is that even when we are still saying that there is no implementation of REDD+ activities, but what is going on in the background would be categorized, it is activity, can be seen as activity related to that direction. What is going on, first of all? We are saying that Uganda has national development plans. And the one which is ongoing now is the NDP3. And we know that climate issues were mainstreamed in NDP3. So that is a starting point, which should be tracked. That is one. I asked about NDP4. I asked somebody among the people who are preparing it, is the word REDD+ seen in that NDP4? And he said, yes, it is there. So that should be positive. I know that is work which has been done by the ministry, but as long as we are moving to the direction where that word can be seen, and maybe as it is seen, that means the programming for it is there, then that means we are moving. So even as we say that there is less activity, we are already seeing that in the next plan, there is going to be activity. The gap which was identified before was that we needed to demonstrate and increase the capacity for positive impact of the existing policies on forests and to strengthen the effort to prevent or minimize the risks of the impact of the ones which we consider to be risky. If there are policies which we think are risky to forestry, then are we looking for a way? Is it possible that there is an effort to make sure that their impact on forestry is going to be minimized during this period? So I think that is what we need to demonstrate. Now, as we continue to talk, we are talking about the two documents, which is the monitoring report and the registration document, which have they have related sections, where you will not be worried about the detail, and the components may change a bit, but the sections are related. So we can move to the next page, the next slide. Theme 2, which is about the consistency with the objectives of relevant international conventions and agreements. Uganda has about 14 conventions and agreements and treaties which are related to REDD+. They are listed in the document. And these conventions have, the assessment of this indicator is that Uganda conforms to the minimum expected by the art trees. So we are here saying that in this case, we are showing conformity. We can move to the next. Again, the process indicator shows the relationship, the institutional framework, as far as the ensuring that the contribution of these international conventions, they are observed in so far as furthering or enabling us progress in the forestry, achieving our forest objectives is concerned, and the institutions which are which are coordinating, which are to the forefront. There is the Climate Change Department, the NEMA, there is National Forest Authority, and others. And these are ensuring that Uganda does not lose track of what is captured in the conventions, treaties, and international agreements. We can look at the next slide, please. Which would be talking about the outcome indicator. Again here, the fact that the implementation, actual implementation is not yet, is just gaining traction, means that we do not have much to state in this, but the objective would be to make sure that we increase the positive impact of the ratified international agreements on forests. So in order to do that, the gaps which were identified is to clarify the related parameters and demonstrate how the positive impact will be captured from these ratified conventions and agreements. And we know that the Uganda National Red Plus strategy has been prepared in a consistent way to the international conventions. Uganda has observed, has some gender equality strategies, and forest management plans have been prepared, also focusing on meeting the requirements of international agreements. Can we move to the next? Okay. Theme B1 is respect, protect, and fulfill the rights of access to information. How is information access in Uganda? This, of course, we are saying that Uganda is conformant with the requirements of this indicator. The right to access to information is enshrined in the Constitution. The Constitution prescribes the kind of information, how information should be accessed, that the officers in the various public offices are holding these offices in the trust for the population, and therefore they should remain able to provide the information, the kind of information which would be required. NEMA also states, has their regulations have provisions which prescribe the kind of information that should be shared with the natural forest, natural resources and land, about the natural forests, natural resources and land sector. There is also the Access to Information Act, which is in place. Of course, if there are gaps, and then of course the safeguard information system, which can be accessed on that website. Now, all of these together are considered sufficient for the country to be considered conformant as far as this indicator is concerned. Do we have an institutional framework? Let's move to the next. Yes, of course, we do. Again, we have different institutions which have been defined. Ministry of Water is among them, and it is hosting a dedicated hotline and a telephone line which can be accessed in order to, it is, I think we have already seen it before, in order for us to portray our the grievances. Anybody who has grievances can be shared on that. Let's move on. Okay, so the outcome indicator, while we again say that Uganda at the time of assessment currently is not conformant, but with an aim of ensuring that the stakeholders can access proper and quality information about the implementation of relevant laws, policies, and REDD+ actions, we are saying that all the presentation which was done by the commissioner was to show the progress of what has been done. Now, all those documents, all those processes which have taken place have put the country in a state where it can enable people to access information. Now, the information which is available, all the documents they have talked about have been placed, they are available and can be accessed. And we are seeing the hotline. Yes, the hotline is also available there. And the safeguard information system also has a page at the bottom of the slide. Can we go to the next? So the next theme says that to ensure that they promote transparency and promote transparency and prevention of corruption, including promotion of anti-corruption measures. What are the laws, the policies, and regulations which are in place to ensure that there is good governance, there is prevention of corruption, there is transparency? What are the laws? The Constitution clearly outlines the code of conduct to be followed by the persons who are holding public offices, and also it establishes key institutions which are supposed to ensure that this theme is observed. The first one being the Inspectorate of Government, the Human Rights Commission, the Office of the Auditor General. There are various acts of parliament which have been put in place in order to fight corruption. For example, the Anti-Corruption Act, the Whistleblowers Protection Act, Anti-Money Laundering Act, Leadership Code, PPDA. Now, all these are supposed to make sure that Uganda is able to deal with the problem of corruption. The RED Plus first summary of information was developed and is available. And then we have talked about the safeguard information system. Now we move to the next. This talks about the institutions. Ministry of Water and Environment has put in place benefit sharing arrangements and the RED Plus strategy and action plan. Now, all these, the institutions, while they are not listed, but the institutions to fight corruption have been talked about before. The Auditor General, IGG, and all that. They are supposed to be ensuring that they fight corruption. Let's move to the next. The outcome indicator, how do we elaborate that Uganda is able to enable people to access information about ensuring that their corruption is being fought? The gaps which were identified include the presentation so far does not show that we are able, people, when they raise this issue, they are not able to, how does it get, how many issues have been raised, how are they being dealt with, and ensuring that the people who are far to reach and the people who are the indigenous persons, the people who are vulnerable are able to present their grievances and their problem, and they are handled in a way, in a quick way, and they are resolved properly. Now, this should be clearly demonstrated as we look at the implementation. But there is something, the court system and the existing institutions, we can present them to show that they are able to deal with the problem of corruption. Let's move to the next. How do we respect, protect, and fulfill land tenure systems? Uganda has relevant laws, policies, and regulations. The Constitution is clear about that. It provides for forms of ownership of land, customary land, freehold, minor and leasehold. And this is reinforced by the Land Act and the land regulations. The Land Act provides for the different categories of land ownership, land occupancy, the lawful occupants and bona fide occupants. And then the forest, the National Forest and Tree Planting Act categorizes the different forests into 5 different categories as indicated. So all these are aimed at ensuring the respect, protection, and fulfillment of land tenure rights. We can move to the next. Institutions which are in place, Uganda Land Commission, the different district land boards, land committees, district forestry offices, Uganda Wildlife Authority, among others. All these are institutions with a mandate to ensure the respect, the protection, and fulfillment of land tenure rights. We move to the next. The outcome indicator, here we are saying that these groups which are listed are in existence and they are already doing work, but what we need to find is how much of this work can be tracked and captured and related to REDD+ activity. So that is what we need to elaborate in a measurable way, but they are already in place and I guess undertaking the activity. Respect, protect, and fulfill access to justice. Structure indicator, this is conformant, and the right to access to justice is enshrined is entrenched in the Constitution. There are different court systems with their procedures and jurisdiction clearly defined. We have an alternative dispute resolution system, which has been put in place by the Arbitration and Conciliation Act. We have the local council courts. We have the high courts, Court of Appeal, Supreme Courts, magistrate courts, land tribunals, mediators. The district officers also handle some of these land concerns. Let's move to the next. So this is conformant because the policies, the regulatory framework, each of the system is together with the law that puts it in place. And also, of course, the definition of what can be done by that kind of court. So let's move to the next. Well, the next should have been dealing with the different courts, but we have already seen them, the court systems and the mandates which they own. Let's move to the next. Here we look at the gap. The gap is how to ensure non-discrimination of access to justice and also reducing the cost of access to justice. How do we show that even the smallest of all people is able to access justice and the costs are manageable? That is what we need to demonstrate as we move into implementation of REDD+. Now, this is part of what we shall be dealing with in the plan of conformance. The outcome indicator mainly is what we should be dealing with in the plan of conformance. Let's move to the next. So how do we identify indigenous peoples and local communities or equivalent? Again, the law is the legal framework, the policies and regulations in place. The respect of the Constitution, of course, defines indigenous peoples, but the definition in the Constitution is not sufficient compared to the understanding elsewhere. So it is augmented by other definitions, and these definitions, some of them are part of the objectives, the other objectives in the Constitution, and then the Equal Opportunities Act also tries to elaborate on the definition by providing opportunities and affirmative action in favor of the marginalized, because we know the definition required by the international bodies. So if you are able to provide equal opportunities and affirmative action in favor of the marginalized, those marginalized on the basis of sex, race, color, ethnic group, tribe, creed, and others, then you are in a position where the definition, you are able to cater for the minimum needs of this indicator. So because of that, and also Uganda is a member of UN and has adopted the Declaration on Human Rights and then the Declaration on Rights on Indigenous Peoples. So because of this, Uganda is considered that it is able to identify these indigenous peoples and local communities. We move to the next process. The institutions which are at the forefront as far as this indicator is concerned include National Forestry Authority, NEMA, Ministry of Lands, Ministry of Gender, Equal Opportunities Commission, because of what we have said they are able to do and their mandates. Let's move to the next. So, the key gap which we still face is how to distinguish indigenous persons from ethnic groups and the identification of institutions which are mandated for this identification of indigenous persons, indigenous peoples and local communities and enforcement of their rights. This is what we must demonstrate as we move on during implementation. This will need to be clarified. The indication is that it is not yet elaborated. Let's move. Respect and protection of traditional knowledge. The Constitution promotes and preserves cultural values and practices which enhance the dignity of and well-being of citizens. In addition, NEMA prescribes integrating traditional knowledge during conservation of biodiversity and mainstreaming scientific knowledge. The East African Community Protocols, the members agreed to the different articles, and these articles, some of these articles are clear about promotion and protection of indigenous knowledge and using this during conservation or sustainable use of biological resources. The other one is that they have also agreed, the member states have also agreed to promote community-based wildlife management and incorporation of indigenous knowledge. There are international conventions which are relevant, Paris Agreement, Kyoto Protocol, Convention on Biological Diversity. All these are necessary and Uganda has ratified them, so it is in position to meet the requirement of this indicator. That's why we are saying Uganda is conformant as far as this indicator is concerned. We move to the next. Institutions, there are many institutions. National Forestry Authority needs to be mentioned, Uganda Wildlife Authority, NEMA, the Wetland Management Department of Ministry of Water. All these have the mandate and they have resources and their work includes respecting and protecting indigenous peoples and local communities. Can we move to the next? What is being done now Red Plus activity adopts a no harm approach to culture and traditional knowledge. Red Plus field activities will take place in cognizance of any cultural, traditional festivities and cultural events. And we are saying that the rights and customs will be followed during the implementation. And these are the things we are stating that need to be kept in mind as we state the plan of conformance. We are saying that if these are observed, then we are meeting the threshold as far as this indicator is concerned. Because you know that locals, traditional medicine, for example, is used. Now, if you are doing a Red Plus activity and you do not allow people access to the medicine, to the plants which they use, then that means you are not observing the requirement of this indicator. That must be kept in mind. And since we are also the ones who are going to prepare that plan for conformance, it is good for us to state that we are going to ensure that they are observed during the implementation of Red Plus activities. Let's move to the next. Respect, protect, and fulfill rights of indigenous peoples and all local communities. What is the existing legal framework, policy framework, regulatory framework? The Constitution, again, is clear that no person shall be compulsorily deprived of property without prompt payment of a fair and adequate compensation prior to the taking of the possession of this. And then Article 36 says that minorities have a right to participate in decision-making, and their views and interests shall be taken into account while making national plans and programs. Other relevant laws is the National Forest and Tree Planting Act, the Uganda Wildlife Act. All these have clear prescriptions of what needs to be done as far as respecting and protecting and fulfilling the rights of these indigenous peoples is concerned. Uganda also has is a member of UN, and also it has observed some treaties which are relevant in this case. And we move to the next. Let's move to the next. Next. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have, as far as this theme is concerned, we have different district, these institutions are important in ensuring that Uganda continues to meet, and these institutions have the mandate. The district local governments, of course, the districts have, they employ district community development officers, agriculture officers, forest officers. All of these offer services to the indigenous peoples and local communities, and they are at the forefront as far as dealing with these people is concerned. But we also have the Equal Opportunities Commission, which have procedures, these prescribed procedures on how to lodge complaints, and they arrange dialogue with all stakeholders. We have the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. It has the procedures for issuance of certificates of issuance of certificates of customary ownership. We have the National Forest Authority. We have the Office of the Prime Minister to engage every department or unit in the government, and also the President's office to ensure there is good leadership, good governance. And if these are all observed, then we are able to respect, protect, and fulfill the rights of these people. Can we move to the next? Conformance, how do we ensure the achievement of REDD+ is consistent and in a robust way is able to meet the needs of these indigenous persons, and it will demonstrate accountable management, and it will meet their shared values and objectives. How do we ensure that that is the case of as far as REDD+ activities are concerned? So we must have parameters that demonstrate the respect and protection of rights. We must have the ability to map these indigenous persons, indigenous peoples. We must have the ability to engage them during the design and implementation of REDD+. As far as I'm concerned, for the last few months I've been part, I have seen that these have been going on. Now, what is important is showing how far, the extent, how many have been consulted, what of their considerations have been integrated, and this is going to take us in a long way in ensuring that we conform with the requirement of this indicator. We also need to document the related cases related to these indigenous peoples, the hectares under their control, the cases where the IPLCs are engaged in the free prior informed consent, the cases where they have been involved in such meetings. We have to document all of that in order to show that we conform with the requirement of this indicator. Can we move to the next? Respect, protect, fulfill the rights of all relevant stakeholders to participate fully and effectively in the design and implementation. Make sure that people, their shared objectives are part of what this program is handling. So the legal framework in place, Uganda forestry policy is in place. The National Climate Change Advisory, this is institutional framework. The Climate Change Act and all the related documents have stipulated the importance of involving different stakeholders. And the good thing is that so far, the REDD+ Secretariat is ensuring that the stakeholders are considered at every stage. So we move to the next. So the legal framework is in place. Institutional framework is in place. The Forest Support Sector Support Department, the NEMA, the Uganda Wildlife Authority, Ministry of Gender, all these have a mandate, and they are able to ensure that stakeholders are considered and their needs are integrated in the design and implementation of REDD+ actions. Let's move to the next. Of course, there is a gap. The moment we say we have not yet so much gone into implementation, that means there are gaps which can only be seen when the implementation begins. But what we need to be sure of is how do we demonstrate participation? We need to craft, to have activities, we need to have indicators that show that we shall track the participation of the different stakeholders and ensure that they are actively, whether they agree or the participation is participation, so that you come to a common compromise on how to move, how best to move forward. Let's move to the next. Of course, part of this, if we are to report, we need to show the numbers, how many times we have had these engagements, how many different kind of participants have come in, what issues they have presented, how they have been considered will be indicated in their reports, and then we demonstrate the ability to do that. Do we have procedures that enable meaningful participation of indigenous peoples and local communities. Do we have a legal framework for that? And I can see the constitution as we have seen before, the National Forest and Tree Planting Act, the National Environment Act, the Uganda Wildlife Act. They provide for participation of indigenous peoples and local communities. All these provide for that participation. Can we move to the next? The institutions are in place. Ministry of Water has a forest sector support department. They have put in place a National Climate Change Advisory Committee, and this will be capturing and addressing the concerns, the REDD+ needs. So these should be able to move. Of course, in addition, we have the other. Yeah, that's about it. Let's move to the next. Again, as far as the outcome indicator is concerned, how do we track? How do we demonstrate? How do we ensure that this is happening? And how do we show another observer, not from here, that this is what we are doing? What we have stated is what we are doing. That is what we need to demonstrate in the plan of conformance. Let's move to the next. Non-conversion. Do we have a legal framework to ensure non-conversion of natural forests and other natural ecosystems? We do National Tree Planting, Trees and Forest Planting Act. This defines the ecosystems, defines the different types of forest, and puts in place the system through which these should be managed. So the legal framework is again in place. Let's move. The institutional framework is also in place, though it has been skipped. So let's look at the next one is protect natural forests. Protect natural forests, biological diversity and ecosystems. Again, structure indicator is skipped, but the institutional framework is in place. Really, I believe this has been a summary, but I know you have read through the document, and this is what we are saying. The ones where we have put red, especially the outcome indicators, we are saying mainly because implementation, actually the way we state it is not going on, but behind the scenes, activity is being done that qualifies to say that we are doing something as far as REDD+ is concerned. So we need to start assembling it together, what we are doing, look for the missing gaps, and fill our plan for conformance, and be able to say that we have met the requirement of REDD+ as far as the the registration document is concerned and the trees monitoring report is concerned. That is what I can say as of now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Consultant Albert. Can you give him another round of applause? Can you stand up for a minute? 1 + 1 = 2 + 2, 4 + 5, 1 + 0. Okay, can you resume your seats? Thank you so much for that. It's a document that you need to read critically and follow through. And I believe there is lots that we are doing, but as has been said, we are not yet acting. We are still developing our documents. And I think now it's time for us to see how we are going to be acting. I'm sorry, I'm not yet giving time for us to discuss, but I believe you have notebooks to jot down the questions and clarity, the gaps, the missing organizations, the missing players. What should we do better as a country to qualify for where we want to be? And before we go ahead, I would love to welcome another presentation showing stakeholder engagements. That's going to be presented by, oh, as they do technology, you know, I think it has even changed today.
Recording in progress.
I don't know if we've got some people so far now on the online. I've been checking and we didn't have any as yet. Do we have some online participants now? Okay. Okay, no, none as yet. Could we have a question or two as the technology is being corrected? A concern, we've had a presentation in the morning by Assistant Forest Commissioner, and we've had the consultant taking us through different thematic areas that we have to oblige with. There are gaps, there are areas where they've been highlighted properly in red that we are not conforming. The baseline is because we are not yet acting, but still we could add value. We realize we don't have qualified Ugandans to be validators. What do we do? I asked some academia, what course units have they not taught, or what facilities don't they have? Where is Minister of Finance? I wanted to push it there so that we can know what to ask Minister of Finance, the climate change people, what should Parliament state, so that we can be capable. We have brains, by the way, and that's why I speak slowly. The blacks, we are sharp. But what happens? Are we so comfortable in the endowment that God granted us? What is going on? Why aren't we there? Why are we taking a long time in documents being glossy and we are not implementing? What is happening to the good natural food we are eating? Why isn't it translating into validators that should be taken on to other nations, and it is them to come to decide for us? Yet it is our carbon. Are you ready? Hey. So the person to present is stepping out. I don't know why she's going away. So as she comes back, any person with something burning that we could start with? Yes, not, let's first get someone else to, Carol has some concern. You'll get time to respond.
Thank you very much, presenter, for the presentation. But now someone is making the presenter absent-minded. Okay, so thank you very much for the presentation. And we really realize that these aspects of tree planting are going to be very stringent. And we really need to pay keen attention to the aspects of implementation. But in your presentation, I realized whatever, all the things where we are non-compliant is the outcome indicators. And yet I thought that somewhere would be, that parameter, does it give an option where you're partially compliant or everything has to be, that you have to be fully compliant? Because then I think it's going to be a little difficult. And then when you're talking about the issues of the laws, there's somewhere where you're talking about corruption. So this corruption, is it corruption related to the trees? What corruption is this one? So I think that one has to be, it needs to be clarified, whether it is the general corruption in the country or it is going to be corruption relating to tree planting. So I think that needs to be clarified, but also these issues of, when you're talking about the aspects of the vulnerable groups, and we say that we don't seem to have institutions, I actually thought we did. So what is your recommendation? Because also it's hard for us to just talk about non-compliance, and we are not actually giving clear recommendations on what you think the government should do. If we are talking about inadequacy in terms of identification of the indigenous groups and all that, because I thought we actually have a full department in the Ministry of Gender, labor and social development on culture. So I know that my brother here, he was telling me that in some countries there is a whole authority on indigenous people, but you all appreciate that government is scaling down. So if government is scaling down and we are saying we don't have this, what is it that we would recommend? What do you want to see that department responsible for culture? Do you want us to see that there's going to be either a unit that will be specific to defining whether people are indigenous or they are something like that? Because I am not, I'm sure that, I'm sorry that I came late, but who are we presenting this report to? Eventually, where is this report going? Because if this report is going outside our government and every outcome indicator seems to indicate we are non-compliant, what is the implication? Or is it because when we say that we are non-compliant, we are going to get some money? So what is the implication? Because at least we need to show that we, even in terms of outcomes, we can't say everywhere that we are non-compliant. What is it that we can, because I think for us as a country, we are actually doing a lot, but our challenge is documentation. So maybe we have not picked some information from somewhere that can enable us to qualify some of the outcomes as maybe partially compliant. Because now the way it is here, it looks like Uganda is not really doing well on most of the outcomes. And again, that means the population is not gaining. So I think for me, that's why I need some clarification. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carol. I hadn't really opened up for the discussion. Please jot down your concerns, and I bet Bob is noting what he's going to answer so that we get to the next presentation on stakeholder engagements. Maybe the indigenous people were consulted or they have not yet been consulted. Do we have them here today or not? Please join me to welcome the next presenter, consultant Mbatusa. I usually prefer to call her Mbatude, but she's Mbatusa, to take us through stakeholder engagements.
Thank you so much, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Yes, now I know that you're all present. My name is Christine Mbatusa. I have been supporting the Secretariat. I say I have been because we are coming to the end of this assignment. And the purpose why we are here today is to validate what has been done in the course of the period of implementing this initiative. My role here is to present to you the stakeholder engagement plan. You've had some stakeholders have been hinted on by Albert. I'll just try to elaborate them as I go by presenting. So the background is majorly that we note from what the acting commissioner indicated that Uganda joined the Global Voluntary Carbon Program. And to be able to access high quality REDD+ emission reduction credits and attract REDD+ finance, that is why that program was joined. So, but there is a requirement of fulfilling stakeholder engagement in the process of REDD+. This is why we developed the SEP, the Stakeholder Engagement Plan, and this is under the support of the UNEP Technical Assistance through UNEP, the UN REDD Technical Assistance through UNEP. The purpose, we seek to ensure that participants have in place procedures that recognize, respect, and protect the right of all stakeholders to participate fully and effectively in these REDD processes and activities. Next. So the purpose for this step is we want to have effective participation. Like you say from the previous speakers, there was a comment on how these activities are moving to the local government, but how also actions are being implemented. So this step is to facilitate effective engagement, and it has informed the stakeholders that we've been engaging over the period of time. We've had several engagements, as you will see. And the specific objectives for this is to identify relevant stakeholders and their roles in the REDD+ and at-risk safeguards. Secondly, to promote effective involvement and participation. Thirdly, to promote gender responsive and participatory processes. And lastly, to promote monitoring and reporting in relation to respect and adhere to the safeguards. Next. So from the objective of why we need the SEP, to be able to map out which stakeholders are doing what, the previous comment was Uganda is doing a lot, but maybe it is not documented and we need more information. So with this SEP, we did visit different stakeholders. We visited representatives of some ministries. We also had engagements with indigenous people that you've been talking about. We did reviews, literature review of existing reports, strategies. We also reviewed strategies and policies. There are so many strategies that are in place, but we didn't review every strategy. We reviewed those that are in line with REDD+ related actions. And then the stakeholder consultations we've had so far. This is the 6th meeting. We did have 5 meetings previously. We had regional, we had national. We had one in Mbarara, another in Kagadi. Then we also had here in Kampala, and we are having this validation. So all the information that we generated from those meetings informs the detail in what Albert has presented and also what is presented in this SEP, but also considering what is existing in literature. We proceed. We are going to see the elements of this SEP. The first element, they are the principles. We are using the principles from UNEP. They have stakeholder engagement principles at the national level. There are 5. So as we engage stakeholders in REDD-related activities, the core principles there we should look at is equality and discrimination. Nobody should be discriminated because of their race or because of their ethnicity or because they are indigenous people or because they are minorities. So it is inclusive. Whoever is affected by the activity should be considered. Then inclusion and respect of diverse perspectives. We have to take into consideration of the ideas that are shared by the different groups of people. Then transparency, we should be able to have platforms where this information is shared, say on the REDD+, if projects are to be implemented or are to be set up, there should be structures for information flow about these activities. Then trust, and then the culture of dialogue. The second element is a stakeholder analysis. We looked at the people affected and those that are interested. And we under the affected, we have the informal and informal forest users, the private sector entities, the civil society, the indigenous people, the forest-dependent communities, culture-based organizations, and collaborative forest management groups. Then the interested, we have the local government officials, the political leaders, the academia, community leaders, development partners, and also the private sector. Like I indicated that we wanted to do the mapping of what these stakeholders are doing. So from The categorization, we have the development partners, where we identified UNDP, we identified FAO, and also UNEP. And these are the three core institutions under the United Nations RED program. So their roles there include provide technical and financial support. We know that this activity, why we are here, it is because of the UNEP, the United Nations RED program. And then FAO provide technical assistance, capacity building, and support in implementing sustainable forest management practices. And then UNEP, it has already supported the development of these documents, but also contributed to stakeholder engagement and capacity building engagements. So the meetings that we've had previously, they have been doubling as awareness creation on the art trees standards, but also creating awareness on the safeguards as well as building capacity. So UNEP has championed this, but also UNDP will continue with stakeholder engagement on the same. We proceed. We have the central government, where we have the ministries, departments, and agencies. We have the forest sector support department. We have the climate change department. Initially, we had ramped this up to say Ministry of Water and Environment, but from the consultations, we are guided to put these separate because of the unique roles that they play in advancing RED activities. So that is why we see we are having them separate, highlighting their roles. I want to assume that you were able to read the document, so I will not go so much in detail to highlight every point on their roles and responsibilities. Then we have the Ministry of Finance. Of course, we know that these are charged with a mandate of mobilizing finance for this country, and that is not limited to only development finance, but also finance related to climate, financing climate actions under the National Climate Change Policy, and also the action, the Act 2021. And they also provide, actually the Act indicates that they should provide incentives to persons that are engaging in the conservation of this. So you will wonder where we came up with these roles. Some were through consultation and others were from reviewing the mandates of these institutions. We proceed. The next is the National Forestry Authority, where their core role is to managing the forest monitoring system and also providing data, land use data and compliance of biomass, and also updating the emission factors. Then we have the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development to handle initiatives related to biomass, reducing the high pressure on forest, because we know that these initiatives of RED+, the intention is to reduce deforestation. But we know that people here in our country are involved in forest deforestation because of the high demand for energy. So that is where we have the Ministry of Energy playing a critical role in managing these activities. Then we have Ministry of Agriculture, where they are implementing safeguards activities for RED+, then provide information on agriculture and forest interface, and also integrating these in their extension support system, such as agroforestry. Proceed. We have Uganda Wildlife Authority, and their role is to promote sustainable management and conservation of forests in the national parks. Then we have NEMA, which is to undertake capacity building programs on the safeguards, and also aligning these safeguards to existing frameworks. We have the National Biodiversity Strategy and the Action Plan. So this should take into consideration RED-related activities and actions. And also integrating these in the National State of Environment reports raising awareness, and also integrating them in environment and impact assessment processes and audits. We have Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs providing laws and effective national forest governance, as well as providing legal advisory services. We proceed. We have Ministry of Local Government. Of course, we know that these are the coordinators of actions that are taking place at the lower level, at the subnational level. So their role is to oversee local governance structures and also ensure that activities related to RED align with local development plans and priorities. We have Ministry of Internal Affairs, looking at the environmental police. Of course, here the role is to enforce forest laws, promote social justice, and also support collection, analysis, and dissemination of early warning information, and provide response as well as mitigate conflicts related to RED activities. Are we still together? Okay. Then we have Ministry of Lands. Here the role is to handle issues of land tenure system, because we know that most of the projects that come, there are so many issues around, because these projects are implemented on land. So there are so many conflicts related to land, some of which even require compensation. So the ministry plays a critical role in providing services around guiding on how to handle issues related to the establishment of RED+ projects. Then integrate land use regulatory framework in regulations and policies. Proceed. We have Ministry of Gender, support integration of rights of vulnerable population. You've talked about the vulnerable people. So the Ministry of Gender is critical in providing information related to vulnerable people and how they can benefit from the projects or how the projects can affect them. Then supervise the involvement of vulnerable population and groups. Then we have Parliament, which passes laws and policies related to forest management and assuring transparency and accountability. We have Uganda Human Rights Commission, which promotes and protects human rights. We have Uganda Land Commission, managing public land and ensuring that it is used. So for land issues, we have the Ministry of Lands, but we also have the Uganda Land Commission. Proceed. Then at the district level, we are on the third category, from the development partners, from the ministries, departments, and agencies, now to the district. At the district level, we have the district natural resource officers, we have the forest officers, we have the environment officers. I know this was updated if you make reference to the initial document. Then their role is to implement policies, collect and share information related to RED, do monitoring and evaluation, also participate in the development of bylaws, as well as share benefits from RED activities. Then we have the UWA, Uganda Wildlife Authority sector and ranger managers that collect safeguard information and participate in the monitoring and reporting. And at the lower level, we have the district land boards. So those will also be critical in providing information around land and establishment of RED activities. Next. We have the indigenous people. Here we highlight the Batwa, the Benet, the Iki, Karamajong, Basongola, and we have forest-dependent communities. So the discussion has been, who are the indigenous people? Uganda developed an indigenous peoples framework for RED+, and they define indigenous people as forest-dependent indigenous communities. So those communities that getting their livelihood from forests or neighboring, they're what are considered as indigenous people according to that framework. Then the roles and responsibilities, here we have promote conservation, they provide knowledge. We know that indigenous knowledge is very important in conservation. So these are very critical. It is very critical to engage them to provide such information. Then they can also participate in monitoring, but also before monitoring, it is important that we ensure that they participate in the design and implementation. And also they are entitled to the benefits. We know that REDD+ comes with benefits when the credits are sold. So these are entitled. So whoever is doing a REDD activity, they should know the beneficiaries and not eliminate the indigenous people. Next. We have another category of civil society. Under them, we have the local NGOs, we have the community-based organization, we have international agencies or NGOs, we have faith-based organizations and cultural institutions. We highlighted these examples are based on the institutions that are already doing something around REDD+ activities, and that is the list. If any is missing, please, you can raise this as we go in the plenary. So the role of these people is to undertake awareness raising and capacity building, mobilize communities to participate in safeguards, participate in the trade of REDD+ credits or carbon credits, review and validate safeguards information, advocate for implementation of REDD+ safeguards, and also monitor, but also support cultural heritage and cultural rights. We proceed. We proceed. Next, we have another category of private sector. The Honorable was asking where are they in this discussion. We've engaged the private sector and we expected them to be here, but they were not able to make it, those that we reached out to. But we've been engaging them in the previous engagements and we thought we would also have them here, but it's unfortunate that today we didn't have a representative, but at least they have contributed to this process. We have the Busoga Forest Company, the New Forest Company, the Uganda Timber Growers Association, Certified Commercial Forest Companies, Forest Stewardship Council, and their role is to provide incentives, participate in the trade of carbon credits, responsible for compliance of and forest management, and also promote sustainability of these forests through certification. Then we have another category of the media, where we are considering the print media, electronic, telecoms, and the social media. We highlighted those. There could be so many that are doing something. Feel free to raise them if we left them out and if they are not indicated in the document. And their role here is to pass on the information, popularize the safeguards, and ensure that there is a buy-in and people are aware of what is happening and how they can benefit. We proceed. Then the other categories, the academia, at least we have them. We highlighted those, and their role is to collect information and data related to REDD+ and compiling it for clarifying challenges to be addressed by government, develop methodologies for implementing REDD+ activities, promote cooperation with government or institutes in REDD+ partner countries and share information, integrate REDD+ concepts in Uganda National Curriculum Development, and then leverage research and development for REDD+ initiatives. We looked at the existing structures, what is available, structures where stakeholders, people that are affected, people that are interested in the conservation of forest, in the enhancing the carbon stock of this country, because those are the activities for REDD. Where are they, under which platforms are these people convened? So we are looking at the government structures and the non-government structures. They are not only limited to this. When you see the hard copies or the soft copies that were shared to you, we have so many, but I just presented a highlight. So for government structures, we have the Policy Committee on Environment, which is hosted by NEMA. And this is really a high-level committee that is composed of only ministers. Then we have the National Climate Change Advisory Committee, hosted by the Ministry of Water and Environment. And then we have the Water and Environment Sector Working Group currently, which is the program working group. And then we have, under the REDD+ Strategy and Action Plan, it proposes multi-stakeholder dialogue with sectors involved in REDD activities. Then for the non-state or non-government, we have Environment and Natural Resources Civil Society Network. We have the Uganda Forest Working Group. And then we have the Climate Action Network Uganda. There are so many existing, and they have been highlighted in the hard copy. Then we have engagement techniques for development partners. Of course, there are formal meetings, dialogues through physical and virtual. And then we have one-on-one interviews like we did during consultations. We visited some of the development partners. And then for central government, of course, emails, one-on-one interviews, formal meetings, physical and virtual. We have the private sector, phone, email, one-on-one interviews. We can have focus group meetings where applicable, and then workshops. Proceed. Then we have for academia, those are the techniques for engagement, the civil society, those are the ones. And then for the indigenous, because the indigenous, it is a catchy kind of, it's a point of concern for most of us. I'll read them. For the indigenous, the technique for engaging them, we have the print media, text messaging. Print media, it can be news. Then we have text messaging. If they can read, we can do text messages because they have representatives that can really read. So text messages can work. Then we have the radio talk shows and the announcements, and then public meetings and focus group meetings. It is easier actually to meet them in a focus group kind of setting. And then surveys, you can do a survey and introduce it to them to be able to identify issues that affect them related to established REDD activities. We proceed. We said the intention of this SEP is to promote a gender participatory approach. We identify how this can be done. So we need to start with identifying the gender groups, then dialogue and information sharing. We identify potential risks from what has been shared. Then we create the capacity on safeguards. From the risks, we go ahead to create the capacity on which safeguards can be put in place to address the potential risks, and then be able to develop a gender responsive kind of plan to address and implement the safeguards, but also resolve the conflicts. Proceed. So we are looking here at the monitoring, reporting, and grievance mechanism, because we know that there could be a lot of contention on the REDD activities. So if you're planting trees in a given area, there could be issues of land ownership, there could be issues of compensation, and that is why we're considering under SEP a section on monitoring, reporting, so that we generate the feedback. And also if there are conflicts, how are we able to address these conflicts? So for monitoring and reporting, we have the National Geo-Referenced REDD+ Information System, the National Forest Information Management System, which is being developed and this will provide comprehensive information. Then at the project level, a targeted stakeholder monitoring plan can be developed. And then we have a safeguards information system online portal. Last time we tried it, you can visit the Ministry of Water website and look out for the online portal on safeguards information system. Then this provides an integrated approach for monitoring and social and environmental risks and benefits that may arise. Then for grievancy, the SEP has adopted the strategies under the feedback and grievance redress mechanism for REDD+ 2016. And this lays out structures on how the conflicts can be resolved, on how we can get feedback. So we did not need to reinvent, we adopted. So for this SEP, reference is made to that grievance mechanism. We proceed. We have an action plan that I'm not going to take you through because of time, but it is highlighted in the document, and it is more similar to the roles and responsibilities. We just had to turn them in actions and also look at the time frame at which this should be delivered. We proceed. Okay, we're over the period of implementation. Like I said, we've had six engagements. And from the 6 engagements, we've been able to highlight recommendations for stakeholder engagement. And one is there should be continuous capacity on REDD+ safeguards and carbon markets, because stakeholders felt that they are not aware of the REDD safeguards, and also the complexity of the carbon markets needs more capacity building. Then the national REDD+ strategy should be unpacked and integrated in district development plans, management plans for central forest reserves, national parks, and wildlife conservation areas. Then the district land use plans should be prepared to reflect different land-based activities, including REDD+. And there is need of financial support, especially at the district level. Many indicated that they cannot do monitoring of a forest and the illegal activities taking place to establish the status and everything if they do not have the resources to do so, because of the limited budget that is allocated to them. So a recommendation was to increase financial support, especially at the district level. Then the information system at the national and local level should be strengthened to facilitate feedback and transparency on implementation of REDD activities. And incentives for forest managers should be predictable and reliable. And sensitization program on REDD, of course, this ties in with the first one because of the complexity of carbon credits, who does the verification, where do I sell, everything. So a lot of awareness, sensitization, capacity building was recommended, but also the incentives. This should be communicated and made clear to the beneficiaries. Thank you so much. That marks the end.
Thank you so much, Christine, for the stakeholder engagement presentation. Can we give her another round of applause? Shall we stand up again? Stand up. Stakeholder engagement, twist a bit. Turn east, turn west, turn north, turn south, turn around, greet your neighbor. Hello, hello, hello. That was stakeholder engagement. Yeah. Carol wants to give us an energizer. Carol, come forward. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. You can resume your seats. Now, we realize we've not had the plenaries as we ought to have had, and this is the time. I believe we've all noted some questions, clarifications somewhere along the way, and yeah, some is the Assistant Commissioner Forestry is at the back, but Carol we had the first presentation by Mr. Bob Kazungu. It was a lot of issues. I thought would go in that order if they're there, but again, he has to give us the last way forward. So I would think he would have that opportunity. In that vein, I would request that we handle, and the Honorable Member of Parliament was actually making comments that may not really be discussed, but he was adding or giving more questions for the desk to consider. And I didn't think there were many questions there. For clarity, he was actually nailing himself as the chairperson and a parliamentarian. So I would request that the safeguard focal point responds to some questions that Carol presented. Who are we presenting to? Do we have in Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Welfare, that ministry, that one, is it on board? Do we have indigenous people? Do we have people who have been eliminated? I don't know if Nancha's question will follow in that line, but who have questions? How many people have questions? Harriet will be number one. Number two, you'll start these questions. Get a microphone. Where is the other microphone? Please be precise so that we can catch up with time.
Thank you. My question goes to the second presenter. Just like Madam Carol observed that the outcome indicators, all of them were indicated as we don't comply, which I would personally say no. I don't know whether he's listening, and I want to get clarity on this. An outcome, it is a compounded benefit over time. When you say that we comply with the structure and process indicators, and then you say on the outcome we don't comply, it indicates that the structures and processes we have are redundant. They don't produce anything over time. So my question is, was it tactical or was it strategic for you to indicate that we don't comply so that we qualify for funding? Let me end there.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation so far. Mine goes to the stakeholder engagement plan presenter. I don't know if you categorized the organizations and associations that bring together these indigenous people as under civil society organization. If you did, please, you might need to separate them because the two are different. If you did not, if that didn't come to your mind, probably you need to think of categorizing them as stakeholders, but also use them as a platform for reaching the indigenous people. The Batwa I know of the Batwa organization and also for the IC. I'm not sure about the Karamojong and other indigenous people, but their organizations and associations are very critical. Thank you.
Nathan, can you please respond to the first concerns and also make mention of that other point? Thank you.
Thank you. Nathan Mununuz is my name, the Safeguards Coordinator. What Nancha said and what Carol mentioned earlier is what I want to respond to. The report as presented by Albert showing that we are non-conformant to outcome indicators. And then what is the implication? Why are we saying so? And yet people say we do comply. Maybe just to get back to the actual aspects therein, as presented, the structure indicators we are speaking to policies, laws, and regulations existing. And we all know that this country, we are never short of these. The process indicators, we are speaking to institutions. We have existing institutions that are mandated to handle these aspects, and we do have them. Actually, in the RED+ readiness phase, we were working on those two to ensure that we do comply, the laws do comply, and the institutions do comply. And we could not move to where we are if we are not complying to any of those. So the structure and process indicators across the 16 thematic areas are okay. That's why we are moving to the next level. Now, as we move to implementation, and we are saying that we have not fully started implementing the RED+ related activities, so we cannot claim to be having outcomes already before we begin implementation. I appreciate the concern raised that we already know that some efforts are ongoing. Okay, there are scattered activities around that we are not necessarily reporting on, but they are RED+ related. But as far as we are concerned, we are just getting into the the implementation phase of RED+. So it is true some of the outcome indicators, we could be partially conformant, but not fully conformant. Now, what does this imply? Are we saying that now we are doing badly? Not necessarily. Actually, what is required of us is to prepare what we call a plan of conformance, which now has commitments that we shall be doing ABCD to report on the respective aspects in due course. Actually, the guidance we have is that from the time that we submitted the concept note that Bob talked about in the morning, that was approved in January 2023, we are supposed to report on actually the first report on plan for conformance shall be 3 years after. So for now, what is expected of us, and I want to make it clear that it does not have any negative implication on the country to say that we are not conformant. For as long as we have a plan of conformance, which gives the commitments that we are going to do ABCD and we shall be reporting against those aspects. So when you say you are fully conformant, and yet you are saying we are just going to begin implementation, then the two may not speak to each other. That's the clarification I can give on the plan of conformance. The others on, Carol asked about corruption. Are we talking about corruption around the trees or general corruption? Still, the question was, do we have laws on corruption that do still speak to the subject in question? So we are saying we have those laws. Do we have the institutions that address issues of corruption? Still the same. So those institutions should as well be addressing corruption related to trees. Okay. And the indigenous people, there was mentioned that we don't have adequate institutions. It is true, the Constitution defines what the indigenous people are in Uganda, and we all know it is under Ministry of Gender. But you know, these are things that are loosely talked about. Yeah, there's no clearly defined legal framework on this. And even when it comes to Ministry of Gender, I don't know which department this is, but okay, Department of Culture, fine. So that is where there has been that kind of comment that it's not well defined. Actually, when you even meet the indigenous people, they are always saying they are left out. They are not given the due attention that they deserve. So we do recognize the fact that the law is there and also the ministry is there related to that, but not fully Okay. I can stop it at that. Is there anything I've left out? Okay, in case there's anything more, I left you out your issue, but she's the moderator.
Thank you. I thought Harriet was asking why we say we are not ready. Is it intentional that so that we get money? Wasn't that your concern? Okay, that you've left out something, please go ahead.
This is just for our own good, not to do whatever. If I put myself on this other side of the people who are going to critique this document outside our presence, what is the measure that makes you conclude we are compliant or not compliant? Is there any value? If not, isn't it also wise to show, although we don't fully comply, to show that we have some effort, maybe 20% when you are mentioning in your remarks that maybe we comply on this and this, than putting completely we are non-compliant? Don't you think we are making ourselves so weak that we completely do nothing about such outcomes, so that at least we show maybe 30% we comply, and maybe we can concentrate on the 70% where we don't comply and we show a plan for action than entirely putting? And is there any measure of basis for saying compliant or non-compliant, or it is just qualitative information, not quantitative?
Thank you. Can you complete that?
Okay. Is there any measure, there are parameters that are to be against which we are to be assessed on our compliance? And in the draft plan of conformance, I think we even received hard copies on our tables. There is a section on parameters, which also talks about the basis for measure and reporting. So it is those aspects that we have to talk about. But like I said, one, it is of no harm to say we are not compliant, but also I want to clarify that it is not intended to get funding. So don't say that we are hiding information, so we don't have so that you give us funds. But at this point in time, the concentration was on structure and process. And then after the 3 years, we shall be giving the status on all these as shall be committed in the plan of conformance. But this document is still under review. And we recently had a discussion with the UN Red, and there are aspects that, like you're saying, we also appreciate that we are partially conformant on some of these aspects. We are not fully non-conformant, but as we improve on it, we shall have to have all these mentioned in there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In charge of safeguards, can I give Xavier wants to add something since he started it before his head turned?
Thank you. And I take that as a compliment for my white flowers. I wanted to support the speaker and to explain why we are using the non-conformance for outcome. I will use an analogy which we do at the district. You want to build. So for structure, have you bought the land? Usually that is what shows that you intend to build. That is the structure part. I'm using it as an analogy. Now for the process is, did they make the plan? Have you had the plan stamped? Have you done the bills of quantities? Now for the outcome, they want to see the house started. And so after 3 years, like he mentioned, he will mention that the stones were delivered. He will mention that the pits were dug, the musinge was also prepared, and we are on dumper course. That's the reason. The second one, you are right, we are both strategic and tactical. If you say that in your mind, you have already built that house, that is true. But the auditor, you know them. they want to touch the house. So they will not see the house. So instead of convincing them that you have actually built the house by already buying the land and making the plan, you explain to them that on the outcome, I am not conforming. Please come back after 3 years. So the auditor will mention the other two, which was structure and process, are done, and he ticks. Then he says on outcome, I have seen his plan for doing these activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Xavier. Any other? I wanted to, Carol said I'm a bit segregative. Any other person with a concern? Clarity?
Thank you very much. I just want to make some observations, maybe one. Okay, on the, okay, let me first start with the, let me give information. Yes, we have a Department of Culture. And I think it would be good if you talk to Commissioner Naume. I can share a contact, and then she can give you some information. And I was also looking at the stakeholders that we have identified in our stakeholder engagement plan. I appreciate that you talked about Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, but I don't see judiciary, because this is where the lawyers are, this is where the court things are. So I think it is important that we actually include them there. And then when you're talking about integration in the plans, you only talked about the districts. What about the different MDAs? You told the reason I am going to ask you why you invited me here, if you only want to deal with the districts. You definitely invited me here because I'm a very important stakeholder in terms of my biomass energy. Or in whatever I'm doing in my oil and gas, petroleum and everything. And the component of REDD+ is definitely cross-cutting, and it is important. So if you're making a recommendation that the districts need to integrate, what about the MDAs? So I think we need to be intentional in this, because the means of implementation and ensuring that this gets implemented across the board, because the different sectors need to come in and ensure that they do this. So let's take note of that. But also, how was this stakeholder engagement plan developed? Is it something you did on the desk? Did you actually come to us as a Minister of Energy and we just gave you two things, one thing to include here? Because me, I would have believed that there should have been some information that is provided somewhere in terms of the actual issues that the stakeholders raised. I see that somewhere, yes, you have done that, but I see that this seemed to be more of a desktop assignment. Because if you don't really engage the stakeholders, even the information you put here will not be something that will really support us. Again, that boils back to what you're talking about in terms of the outcome indicators. It still indicates what we do, that we develop very good laws, but when it comes to implementation, we don't. Or we are limited in the implementation. So me, I don't want to waste my time. I have to make sure that I take the things to the ministry and they are implemented. So the documents really have to be practical and engaging, and let's make recommendations that tailor to all MDAs that have activities that affect forestry or would be relevant to forestry. But right now, even when you look at everything that we do across all the different MDAs, the tree planting component is very critical. So I think, let's say, integration across the plans of all the different ministries, departments, and agencies to ensure that this actually gets implemented. But again, in terms of dissemination and appreciation of this, I don't know, apart from this validation workshop, what else do we plan to do? Because I see the National Oil Company is interested in tree planting in the industrial park. But again, they need to be able to understand what is it that they need to do to ensure they are compliant to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol, for wanting action. I would actually, I don't know, we're supposed to have another presentation and then it is not going to be done, something of that kind. How are we monitoring what we are doing? How are we reporting what we are doing? Are there clear indicators? Of course, we are showing indicators somewhere and explaining how we have actually acted, but they were basically the laws. The law is in place, the institutions are in place. There are big things, but the action that is lacking. And the tactful man says it is intended, we shall get there when the auditor has to check. But who are these auditors? That was some other questions. They all don't have. Okay, I've not put that. But what we are saying, can we build capacity amongst ourselves to be ready to have people who will actually be doing these things other than just the laws that we have talked about? That is what Carol is saying. What can she do to work towards this readiness in the ministry where she's coming from the indigenous people, from the local governments, from the academia side? In NFA, they have the natural forests vis-a-vis the plantations. What do we actually do and how do we measure? I see some action that we have not yet prepared for. However, I believe there are other issues that the Assistant Commissioner Forestry has to clarify to us right from the presentations and the hearsays that have been coming around. The questions that the Honorable Member of Parliament put to us, even as he left, I believe he can be given information after this. So if you have a question, please show me by a hand. I'll give you an opportunity to get it across. But in the meantime, I'll request that Mr. Kazungu comes and clarifies on some of those issues that appeared earlier on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. You know, this conversation is very interesting always. And one of the things I've experienced in my life as a public officer, but also before I joined, and also as a project developer, is that sometimes when you are at a validation meeting, it turns out to be both a validation and a what? And a what? And a consultation. I mean, it keeps happening. I don't know that it's the norm, but ideally, we normally have an assumption that when we share documents with you earlier, then you probably have touched base with them, and then we just come and, you know, you do those usual things. When you're reading the minutes, review of minutes of a previous meeting, you go by page. On page 5, is there any comment? No, page 6. But I think that is a wrong assumption. And that's the reason why we did present what we presented earlier, just to bring us to speed with what's happening. But also, Nathan has just clarified on some of these aspects of the outcome indicators, the non-conformity, Nathan and Xavier. We are not trying to trick anybody, but that's the truth. The validators independent, and the word independent is quite important to think about. And of course, there was the issue of by the Honorable Member of Parliament related to that, to the validation and verification, that our law states that we should have some verifiers within the country. That is something that has taken some developed countries about 10 or so years to have. It requires a lot of capacity building. In other countries, what has happened is that those global entities have domesticated themselves at the national level. So you find a national sort of a company with some nationals in there to support and verification as verifiers for all these processes. But In Uganda, we are yet to get there. I know there are some efforts here and there, but they've not come out clearly for us to be sure that. And of course, it must be tailored or conjoined to having a national scheme in place, you know, and things like that, which is also something of another tier or level. Again, just following on what the Honorable Member of Parliament mentioned, I think he raised very strategic questions. He hinted on the fact that I mentioned that we have these WASO elements, we have all these documents to be prepared. Even now, we are still preparing documents like the trees registration and the trees monitoring reports. When are we going to get there? And you remember, I was very careful when I was making my submission to say that the things of carbon trade and emission reductions are sort of like futuristic. It's for those of you who have been involved in these processes. In fact, the crediting periods take about 30 years or so for you to be able to sell these credits and things like that. The preparations alone take a very long time. All those countries you might have been hearing about, Guyana, Ghana, and whatever, because you might be reading the things on Google. You know, Google so is very, it has a lot of information. And imagining that Uganda is very far, but I want to assure you, we are not too far from many countries. Preparing yourself as a country to get here, up to even where we have reached now, has taken many other countries more years than Uganda has done. In the region, Tanzania was the first country, when I say the region, I'm talking about the East African region, to move REDD+ to a certain level. They prepared their strategy many years before we did and all the thing. But as we speak now, we are more or less at the same level, even more beyond them. Of course, they have some things, aspects that they are stronger than us. You know, the national carbon accounting registration body that is the country which we don't have, but they are, you know, we are not so different. We're not so far from each other. So it depends on the country. Now for Uganda, we have our issues in the sense that when we did our readiness preparation, the readiness phase concluded in 2021 June, we anticipated, because REDD+ is structured in 3 phases. The readiness phase, where you prepare the WASO elements plus the frameworks that I talked about. Then the investment phase, let me use the word investment phase, or demo phase, demonstration phase, where we anticipated that maybe the country or partners can demonstrate some REDD projects. And then the results-based payments phase, where the country or the partners are now benefiting from payments as a result of investments into REDD+ activities that we have. But as we're getting to the demonstration phase, that's when we also had our Climate Change Act come into play. That's when we had the thought about the regulations. And so we wanted to, many of the projects by partners, non-state actors, the list that you saw, about 30 of them that you saw in my presentation, those slides that I intended not to talk about. We're supposed to do some demonstration projects of REDD, then so that we can actually use them to learn how maybe the country or how we can actually get into the results-based phase with some lessons learned. We actually use some of those lessons with some of the feasibility or pilot projects in the preparation of the regulation, just for your information. But that was the essence of having that second phase. We've not been able to actualize those demo projects because we're right now trying to conclude our country regulations for carbon market mechanisms so that we move together, so that we move in tandem with what the country really should be doing in terms of carbon trade, but also in terms of REDD+ emission reductions transactions, which of course are related to carbon trade. So that's why we haven't gotten there. But also the implementation of the REDD+ strategy. When you look at the REDD+ strategy options, which are 8, the 7 of them have activities that should actually be implemented by the partners, by the local governments and things like that. And that's why we initiated the process to include, embed REDD+ activities into MDS. We had a meeting in Entebbe. Energy, I think, was represented. I don't remember, but there was a representation from Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Lands, and all these colleagues. from some of you are in this room to try and see how can we integrate REDD+ interventions activities into the MDA. Of course, that takes more than just a meeting. It also takes a lot of some policy shifts and an MIME framework and interministerial kind of convergence points and things like that. So which we are still working on, but we just initiated that process because the REDD+ strategy has to be implemented for us to have these things embedded into not only the DDPs for the local government, but also the plans for the MDAs, of course, including the safeguards. And I love the comment that, Carol, you've made about, you know, the missing link, gap for the MDAs, the integration of these safeguard things into the MDAs kind of work that they do. And so it is until we start to implement the REDD+ strategy, which is available, it is there, it is, they would usually say it has been shelved somewhere. It's until we do this that we shall see some of those other results come through. In fact, the REDD+ projects that you have been, pilot projects that you have been seeing our partners trying to do, when you look at their activities, they're actually responding also to the options of the REDD+ strategy and action plan. So in order for us to fast track this implementation, that's the reason why we moved very quickly. And I know the Minister of Finance colleague is here. And I'm happy that Dennis has just walked in, who heads the climate finance unit. That's why we tactically, let me use the word tactically also, decided to submit a concept note to the GCF in 2022 towards the end to take advantage of the GCF REDD+ results-based payments phase window of phase 1 that was happening then. Because if we get those resources, which for us we call the low-hanging fruits, we shall be able to implement both our REDD+ strategy, but be able to do many other things, including the most of which you're actually talking about here, to make sure that we have something on the ground for REDD+ implementation. So we promise you, we pledge, and if we get that through, we shall be able to demonstrate some of the actions, early or whatever you can call them, actions on the ground for REDD+. Yes, we appreciate the private sector, involvement in these whole processes. Yes, we've had private sector involved in these processes of developing these products. We cannot leave them out at any stage. The Uganda National Oil Company is in contact with the REDD+ Secretariat and the Climate Change Department to discuss a number of things related to this conversation, but also how they can try to do some carbon offset projects, given that they're involved in the energy sector in the manner in which the extractive subsector for the energy sector, which requires these credits, requires the emissions to be reduced by all ways based on our energy transition a plan that we have as government. Yeah, of course, that also responds to the question of when shall we get the money? If we get our, it's good when you have your own money anyway, instead of begging here, left, right, and center. But I don't want to choose anybody here for those who work where the money is found. But ideally, it would be nice for government to take a lead on all these things, to have all these budgets for taking this forward. But sometimes we have all these challenges, as you know. What do we do ahead of the other in terms of priority, the COVID-19 not, having affected us in many ways and so many things. You also know what we are going through with the World Bank and other things. But we think that we are almost there. If we get some catalytic funds from the GCF, for example, then we should be able to move these processes ahead. I think, to me, that is it. Of course, there was the issue of payment for the verification and validation, the VVBs. I said, yes, this can be quite expensive. What I've seen in other countries from my engagements with them is that at this stage, when they have submitted these documents and they require to select a validation and verification body, they have gotten into contact with other funding sources. I mean, if we have monies, I know my brother Dennis is here, I'll be coming to you on this conversation. then I don't need to contact the Environment Defense Fund, for example, to look for money to pay the VVB. If the country can pay VVB, the better. Yeah, so if I have money that I can use to pay this VVB based on the conversations that we are going to have with the Climate Finance Unit to see if there is anything there. If nothing, then we might be forced to talk to some of the friends like the Environment Defense Fund and others. There are some bilateral governments that have been supporting, have been paying, taking care of this cost either as a grant or any other mechanism. So it's possible. When we get to that point, we should be able to get somebody to pay for that. It's quite expensive, but you know the implications. If it is done by you know, as way of a loan, then you've got to pay it back when you do the transactions, when you get the benefits. So it all boils down to, do we really have these resources in country to be able to pay for validation and verification so that we can move to another stage of benefiting from results-based payment. Of course, the Honorable Member of Parliament mentioned, of course, in his absence, he talks about the fact that it is good for us to work with these agencies. Yes, the FAO has accredited entities for this, but maybe it would be better if we had these resources with us, every money coming back down to us within government, because those agencies, if they are accredited entities, then they have a cost, of course, that they go through, and the project takes care of that cost. So it would be better if we have all that money with us within government. But true, that's what I love most. But we are here faced a situation where we have to prepare a proposal and very quickly to the GCF. And sometimes you look around and say, okay, where is the budget? It's coming, the approval comes just towards the end of the last quarter. You haven't budgeted for it. You're not sure whether you'll ever approve this concept, not. You're still negotiating. Then suddenly, poof, the GCF says, can you prepare a proposal? Right? So we've been trying to see, do we have a facility that can, I've looked around for some facility that can help us prepare the proposal for the GCF REDD+ results-based payments, and I couldn't find any. So you find that we then have to zero down to an accredited entity that has some resources, but not only money, but also the technical capacity to drive this within the next 4 or 5 months, so that we can submit to the GCF board of October 2025. But these discussions are ongoing with the NDA, and I'm happy Dennis is here. We've already had a conversation on this to see how we can, the best thing that we can do as we prepare this proposal in terms of implementation arrangements and all these things. This discussion will come back to Ministry of Finance and the leadership at the Ministry of Water and Environment. I think that came from the Honorable Member of Parliament, but allow me just to mention something about, I think it comes from Carol again on the stakeholders. I think this is something that can be dealt with the judiciary. I know that when we talked about means of justice, we were looking at all those other entities that are within that ministry. I've responded to the issue of integration of the plan within the plans of MDAs. But I think you talk about this stakeholder engagement plan, and I think this is a concern to the Secretariat. That it seems to you that it could have been desk work, but apparently it was not. We have gone through, I'm not sure how many meetings in total. Christine, can you remind me? 6 meetings? Were they only 6? Why do I think there were more than that? Okay, there were other bilateral engagements with different individuals. Minus what? Okay, minus those individual engagements. But there's quite a lot of interaction that happened in order for us to come up with a stakeholder engagement plan. Maybe just to let you know also, this stakeholder engagement plan is going to be utilized to engage the different, even after the regulations are out. You know, we have our carbon markets regulations coming out soon. The UN REDD program is going to support the dissemination of regulations. We shall work with the climate change department. We shall support the dissemination of these regulations across the country, and maybe beyond, maybe at the COP and 29 in Azerbaijan, if they can come out before we go to Azerbaijan. we want to support the dissemination and capacity building, because these regulations, someone has to build capacity of some people to be able to understand them, or sensitization, whatever we may want to call them. But it's a process. So the stakeholder engagement plan is going to help us be able to engage for different things as we get to understand and appreciate how Uganda can participate in REDD+ results-based payments conversation. So it's an important document for us as a stakeholder engagement, and it's a safeguards requirement anyway. I want to appreciate. Thank you very much, and over to you, moderator.
Thank you so much. He's really knowledgeable, and the topic is as complex as he has said. It is very futuristic. I see the academia has some, the teacher wants to teach us more stuff, but we should be aware we have gone beyond our time. Where's the other mic? And we need to kind of, I don't know if they'll chase us out, but they will. So let's be cautious of time. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, the presenters. You asked the question that whether validation is to agree or to disagree, or it's another form of consultation. I think all of them. I've gone through the documents that have been presented, and I think probably we need to agree on how much you want to have as an input in this process. Do we go for the existing frameworks? And I think that seems to be what informed the reports that we have prepared. Been looking at what we have in place that is supportive for us to be able to act as players. But we also need to agree on where we are not doing very well. We seem to have only focused on having not tried REDD+. And I think that is a bit limiting. Where we have indicated that we are not complying, we seem to be only focusing on lack of trials, having actual REDD+ activity implemented. I'm of the view that we reflect on some of the challenges that we already have that might actually limit us in terms of compliance. For instance, on stakeholder engagement, while we do say that we provide for participation, we are not like other sister countries that actually have a law on participation. For instance, Kenya has a law on how government engages stakeholders with even clear regulations and guidelines. In our system, we seem to be working based on context, based on who is supporting the process, and that becomes very difficult to be consistent. So I think that from my experience, why don't we identify those areas where we need to improve, like on participation, because participation is going to be very important. Even some of the issues Carol is raising are very much aligned towards us not probably following what she considers as adequate consultation. Then finally, we are also a very lucky country that we are one of the few countries in the world that give nature the right to exist or to subsist. In the National Environment Act, I think Section 4, we may need to raise that as a safeguard, as an important environmental safeguard, that you can hold government or any actor that is responsible for destroying in nature to be responsible for that act, and therefore request for remedies from our state apparatus, or rather from our judicial system. Then finally, moderator, Rebecca, moderator is not your name. I think beyond just the frameworks that we have, finally, let's look at the practice. What is it that we have been doing that is relevant? For instance, this question on indigenous peoples. Each time we are in these sessions, we never get to agree. Uganda formally has not signed, and that's a fact, the Convention on Indigenous Peoples. We keep dancing around the issue. Let's be open enough and indicate that there are particular elements within the convention that we have domesticated within our laws, because we have positioned ourselves as a country of indigenous people, that all of us are indigenous. There are several tribes that have been acknowledged within the constitution. But we again acknowledge that we have people that require special attention. The ones, and the number I think keeps changing or increasing, because each time people start to feel that they are marginalized, they apply to become a marginalized group. So I think we need to be clear. This is an opportunity for us, because even when we're preparing the strategy, again, we were not clear and it's coming back. So we may need to agree with the responsible actors, especially Minister of Gender. What is it that is stopping them or limiting us as a country to sign the convention, when we know that there are some people who actually qualify to be considered as indigenous peoples based on the criteria of the convention? I thank you.
I'm sorry. Are we still okay to be on, or we step out? We're okay. Thank you. I had to be sure, because this is a topic that is very interesting. And when I saw the supervisor around, I'm the one with the mic. Thank you so much, Academia. Those are good questions. And now that I want to give him the microphone, since I'm assured we're okay, and there's a cup of tea in case you want to have a cup of tea. I was thinking, if we have the strategy, does the fact that these documents are not yet done stop us from implementing actions we've agreed upon in the strategy? Have you understood my question? The fact that we have a strategy already in place, am I right? If we've not yet completed these documents, the validation, the safeguards, the monitoring tool, does it stop us from actually doing some actions as agreed in the strategy? Two, the civil society organizations are there, and climate change is with us to stay. This is all about ensuring that everybody, every stakeholder plants some trees somewhere. We manage the temperatures and the humidity and all that. Civil society organizations, what would you want us to do in government, ministries, MDAs, for you to do something? Minister of Finance, what do you expect from academia, from civil society, for you to consider meaningful appropriation of funds, maybe advice to Parliament towards this sector? That one, let me repeat. As Minister of Finance, you advise Parliament. You carry those briefcases. I wonder what is ever there that does not prioritize this sector. Today, as we are sitting here, what would you at your desk, as an officer who has sat with us, and you have stakeholders with us here, you have civil society, you have other MDAs, you have the Minister of Water and Environment, Climate Change Department, what do you expect of us as practitioners? What do you expect from Nanja Harriet for you to consider meaningful, for you to give appropriate funding to this sector so that we plant the trees? I really find it, these documents and documents. Thank you. I'm the moderator for now.
Thank you so much, moderator. Once again, my name is Moses Song. I work with Minister of Finance. I apologize, I went out during the plenary. I had something urgent to attend to. So maybe in the course of a discussion, we could have touched on what I wanted to raise. But actually, you've also helped me when you posed the question about what would be considered appropriate to allocate and maybe sufficient of funds towards REDD+ interventions. Maybe to answer that one directly, there has to be a very specific intervention that we want government to finance and not mobilize resources clearly defined. And the colleagues from water and other agencies know how government resources are accessed. Either you have to formulate a project, it may not be a project, or a program is a program clearly specifying the intervention, and then you push it through the budget process. But I wanted to say, when Professor to be Bob was presenting, he kept on referring to resources. I don't want to use the word. I'm lacking a better word, but for lack of a better word, lamentation about financing. Colleagues, actually, when the presentations were made and it was indicated we are not complying on some of the indicators because we are not implementing REDD+ activities, I was a bit uncomfortable. I have a feeling that there are so many ongoing activities and interventions in support of REDD+ strategy. Maybe what we are not doing is to properly fast track or track which are those interventions. When you look at a program like a sustainable energy, the resources available in that program, clearly they're in support of the REDD+ strategy. When you go to agriculture, even water, NFA, there are quite many, and substantial resources that are allocated to them. And through the budget, we have actually gone ahead to restructure the budget to provide an area where we demonstrate interventions for climate change so that we can be able to track what is currently available. Of course, as we mobilize more resources, Dennis is here, and we will maybe add on a lot of initiatives are being done to mobilize more resources. But what I'm trying to say, and maybe we need to coordinate. If Ministry of Energy is implementing interventions, let's say for renewable energy, we need to know how much do those interventions contribute towards implementation of the REDD+ strategy. You will be able to know how much is already available. So as Minister of Finance, Chair, and Moderator, we are definitely committed to mobilize more resources, but we would want to, the technical people, the academia, the non-state actors who are also actually putting in some resources. That's why we are here, you facilitated us, which means money is already going there. So we need your assistance. And for us, we rely mainly on Ministry of Water and Environment, because they are the experts, to help the various government agencies on how to mainstream REDD+ in their programs. Because we believe we are putting their money, but we are not able, because the assessment clearly shows that maybe we are not complying, which may not necessarily be true, but maybe we lack data as a country. So as we mobilize the resources, can we first account for what we have, what we are putting there? Last year, when the consultant was presenting, I looked for Ministry of Finance. Anyway, I didn't see. I kept on wondering whether it was intentional, but maybe it was an omission. But when the stakeholder consultations were presented, I saw finance featuring prominently. We are key, and I thought we should have appeared in the institutional framework. So we are not mentioned anywhere in the entire presentation. I hope I have made some contribution. Thank you so much.
Yes. Okay, thank you so much. Yes, you've made some contribution, but we have media here. They speak a lot on our behalf. Media, put up your hands, please. Media here. Do you have anybody from media? Is this subject clear to you? He has said, no, I'm sorry, but we expect them to air this out, encourage others to do what we are suggesting to be done here. So is there any question that the media stakeholder group finance has said, yes, he wasn't there, but he was there somewhere and he's important? Media, you are the people who speak for us out there. And in this era of .com platforms, everything, I don't even know how many there are Twitters. Is this subject clear? Anybody from media with a question? That means it, eh? Someone has put up? Yes, please, thank you.
Madam Moderator, things seem clear, but my colleagues say that they will do interviews to individuals for clarity.
Okay, so we shall do interviews. Thank you so much, media. I hope we'll get the right messages across. Last on our program, we had a way forward to be given to us by the focal point person, and then we shall close. I want to thank you. I don't think I'll come back. I want to thank you so much for listening to me. I would have loved to ask more questions, but the media people are going to ask them on my behalf as they have individual interviews. Thank you so much for coming. Let's all go and begin practicing by planting a tree here and there, speaking to someone, their youth. Who is our youth innovator? I'm sorry, I probe a lot. That's my weakness. But they've told me we should be getting out of here, so I'll not ask you more questions. There are people who say there is a lot of money, climate finance, climate C40, and what is it that we are lacking? I think summarily, we are doing several things, but doing them in isolation. We do not have clear reporting structures. Ministry of Water and Environment, the moderator today says that we should have reporting mechanisms. The District Forest Services ought to be reporting on a monthly or quarterly basis. I don't know if the representatives of the District Forest Services is able to assure us that they are doing that, but Minister of Finance is committed to continue funding. Climate Change Department is very complicated and futuristic in nature, but we need to inform them for them to give us meaningful progress. I hand over for the way forward, and then I'll call on the Director, Emily, to come and close it off. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Interesting conversation again. And every time I'm in these meetings, I learn quite a lot. And I do my best to take this to another level and see how best, yeah. A lot has been said. Maybe before I give a way forward, which is very brief anyway, being a validation meeting, I guess we don't have much to say apart from saying that we will make sure that we take up all your issues. But before that, the REDD+ strategy implementation is not dependent on the completion of these documents. This is a key message I need you to take home, because this process is anchored on the ARTREES engagements that we are in. The ARTREES, like I mentioned in the beginning, is one of the standards. It's just that the ARTREES standard is a super standard for now for REDD+. So as a country, as a government, we may want to utilize it when we make a decision to transact, at a certain time T, futuristic kind of tone, because I don't want you to tell me, when are we getting the credits, It depends a lot on the processes. And that's why you see us continuing to develop documents. And in this case, for this meeting, the context of this meeting, we are aligning ourselves to the requirements of the ARTREES standard. It's a super standard, I must say, for REDD+. The other standards that REDD+ can utilize, like the VERA standard, REDD+ JNR, jurisdictional REDD standard, and others that are out there that the REDD+ can utilize. But the ARTREES is a super standard, especially because of the jurisdictional level and the fact that governments like Uganda can make use of that standard for REDD+ transactions. I just wanted to make that point very clear. As a way of us moving forward from here, or the next steps, we intend to take care of the comments that you have raised in this validation meeting. Like I said, I'm never shocked when you even get so many comments in a validation meeting, coming through, because that is what happens for most of these processes. It's a bit of a complex process. Maybe just to let you know also, even globally, there's a lot of learning continuing to happen on this topic. Alignment of countries' readiness to the requirements of ARTREES is something that everybody is learning. And I want to commend actually the consultant and Nathan here who led this process. He's been in the heat of this with the professors in Geneva, with Albert here, and of course Xavier, who is with us at the Secretariat supporting the process in the background. We are all learning, how do we respond to some of these global requirements, which many times require you to put in quite a little bit more than you anticipated. So we intend, therefore, after here, to beef up the trees registration document and the trees monitoring report with the carbon accounting section. My colleague from FAO, who is supporting the NFA here, John Begumana didn't join us, but he's the guy leading on the carbon accounting component on the other side of the UN FAO. And they're going to just get that section up into these two documents we have shared with you. And then we intend, of course, we're into discussions as a secretariat to subject this to the National Climate Change Advisory Committee, where Dennis sits and a couple of other, anybody here who sits on the NAC, the National Climate Change Advisory Committee, apart from Dennis? Yes, and Carol there, very good. So we intend to subject this also to the National Climate Change Advisory Committee, because it's also the steering body, by the way, for REDD+ in the country. Because these kind of documents have, they're decision documents in a way, because when we submit them to the Art Secretariat, then we shall make a decision to enter into some transactions for Red Plus credit. So it is, so we are discussing when and how to subject this to our advisory committee, but that will come later on after the FA was done its part, and in case there is any additional tweaking that we may need to do with, then we shall do that. So that is what we intend basically from here to do about this kind of work. But one of the things I want to let you know also is that the UNDP, which is part of the UN RED program, is kickstarting its activities with the recruiting a technical assistant for the UN RED program in the country to support the RED Plus Secretariat. And they're going to be focusing on developing some bankable projects for RED also in the country, but also they will use our stakeholder engagement plan to engage the stakeholders. So most of the engagements of the stakeholders, including you and others on this process, but also on any other RED and climate change related conversations in the coming 12 months or so, is going to be taken on again by the UNDP under this UN RED program. So would be expected to have been here in this meeting. I'm not sure why they're not here, but just to let you know that you're going to be invited for several of these meetings, and you'll be seeing these conversations of this TRD and TMR reports coming through with the stakeholders. We shall be talking about them as we engage the different stakeholders, because the private sector might be interested in working with the government to transact using this kind of a standard. So these are some of the things I believe I could mention as of now to you as a way forward. We have a lot of other engagements with the different ministries on integration that are going to continue under this support briefly, partially, but also when we get some additional financing come through. We have other programs on deforestation free, the EU deforestation free commodities regulations, which some of you are aware of, that are also supported by the RED Plus through a UK funded program, Aim for Forest, that is coming, and shall be engaging you as well on that. You're aware that there's some commodities like coffee, for example, and others, cocoa and the like, that cannot enter the European market until we are sure that they were not produced at a certain period of time where deforestation has occurred. So all those conversations are part of the RED Plus processes, and they speak a little bit to this process as well, because the carbon accounting component of this trees alignment has the issue of improving activity data. So we're using the same frameworks, the same data to support that process for the EU DR program. So it is all related in one way or the other. So I want you to be sure that we are still with you, and really want to thank you for your coming. Over to you, moderator, for the next session. Thank you. UNDP finally joined us. Why is it been very quiet? And how come nobody informed me about that? Sorry about that.
He's been here since the start. Clinton, yes, he did. So thank you so much for the way forward. I am welcoming the director, Emily, to give us closer.
Thank you very much. And please, let's join hands in thanking the National RED Plus Focal Point. I know we are beyond our time. First, I want to thank Sheraton for being flexible. I won't take more than 2 minutes. We have taken note of the roadmap, and in the roadmap, you have heard from the focal point that these documents will be subjected to another tier of reviews and approvals, meaning that whoever still has a comment, opinion, or question, please still feel free to share these comments through the National RED Plus Focal Point. Emily will continue to play its administrative role of consolidating and ensuring that the consultants address all comments, which will be provided. So as I wind up, I want to say, for us, it has been a pleasure to work with the Ministry of Water and Environment and UNEP to deliver these art, trees, safeguard-related documents. And we look forward to this process, realizing the benefits. As all of you have heard, the benefit is the results-based payments. We have had countries like Guyana who have received already $221 million US from their results-based payments for keeping forests. So we want to see Uganda also in the queue. And we can't do that except from all of you, and if we move as one. So in terms of administrative announcements, I want to say lunch is provided. As you are getting out, please pass by the last desk and pick a coupon. And for those who came from up country, we have a small token of appreciation for you. For those who are within, as you know, the Greater Kampala metropolitan area, you know now what administrative rules provide around such facilitations. But for me, it has been a very good and wonderful exchange, and look forward to furthering this discussion. Thank you, and have Johnny Masses. Bye-bye.